The elevator's descent made my ears pop as we plunged deep into the Nevada desert floor. 8 years in Air Force security forces and 4 as a contractor hadn't prepared me for this assignment. The pay was incredible, though. 6 months here would fund my cabin in Oregon and a permanent exit from the security business.
"Approaching Subterranean Containment Annex 7, announced the automated voice as we passed 800 feet below ground. Director Shaw was waiting when the doors opened. Tall, silver-haired, with the stiff posture of someone who'd spent his whole life in the military. "Staff Sergeant Green," he said without offering his hand. "Just casin' now, sir. I've been out for 4 years. He gave a sharp nod. "Your Cerberus clearance just came through. Follow me." The hallway stretched ahead, white as a hospital and silent except for our footsteps. No windows, no art, nothing that felt human. "This place officially stores meteorite samples," Shaw explained. "Your contractor paperwork says the same. Nobody needs to know more." We reached a security door marked 7. Shaw pressed his palm to a scanner, revealing a small room with only a desk, chair, and monitor facing a huge black vault door. The door had a round viewing window. "Your spot," Shaw said. 12-hour shifts, swapping with another contractor you'll never see. The handover happens while you're asleep." He stood straighter. "Forget what you know about normal security rules here. These 5 are the only ones that matter. Break them, and we terminate you instantly." The way he said "terminate" made it clear he didn't mean getting fired. "Rule 1. If kids cry from behind that vault door, ignore it. There are no children here." My skin prickled despite the perfectly cooled air. "Rule 2. If you see a memory copy, say your old bedroom, in that viewing window, turn away right then. Don't look at shiny surfaces for 6 hours." My face stayed calm from training, but my thoughts raced wild. "Rule 3. You might see repair crews. If they have eyes like black holes, slam lock down and hide." He jerked his thumb at a panel behind me. "Safe rooms there." Rule 4. If dead people you knew show up in that window, don't look. Don't act like you even see them. My grandmother's face appeared in my mind. She'd been gone 10 years. Rule 5. During desert thunderstorms, if the vault unlocks, do not look inside. Not ever, especially if you hear your own voice yelling for help. Shaw put a key card in my hand. "Questions?" A blizzard of questions stormed my brain, but I kept it professional. "No, sir." "Good. Your shift starts now." When he left, the door sealed with a hiss that locked me in alone. I sat at the console staring at that black vault and its single window, wondering what space rock needed rules like these. In the thick quiet, I heard my own heart, and another sound, the faint sigh of air vents, that low drone I already knew would haunt my dreams. I looked at the viewing window. For now, just darkness. For the first 3 days, I devoted myself to learning the rhythms of this underground prison. My shifts lasted 12 hours each, measured only by a digital clock on my console and the steady mechanical hum of the air vents. The whole facility seemed to breathe. One long, slow inhale followed by an equally long exhalation that became the constant beat of my life. By day 4, the silence felt thick enough to touch. My brain, starved for any real input, started making up sounds, phantom footprints echoing in the hallway, whispered conversations I couldn't quite make out. I knew it was just my mind trying to fill the quiet, but knowing it logically didn't stop my nerves from jangling. I caught myself talking out loud just to hear a human voice. My own words echoed back, hollow and strange, like someone else was speaking them through me. On the 6th night of my rotation, halfway through my shift, something changed. A sound came from behind the vault door. Faint at first, so quiet I blamed it on my isolation-scrambled head again, but it grew clearer, unmistakable, the soft hiccuping sobs of children. Rule 1 flared bright in my mind, a warning siren. If you hear children crying from within the vault, do not respond. My hand moved toward the console without me telling it to. Years of military training screamed at me to call it in, to investigate. Children, trapped underground, locked in a vault. Every part of that picture tripped hard on my deepest protective instincts, setting off internal alarm bells. The crying grew louder, not just one kid anymore, but several. Different voices, different patterns of upset, mixing into an awful chorus of misery. I clenched my jaw so tight my teeth hurt, forcing myself to remember Director Shaw's words. These rules weren't optional. "It's not real," I whispered to the empty air, though my pounding heart wasn't convinced. "It's not real." 17 excruciating minutes later, the sobbing faded away. I was soaked in cold sweat, gripping the arms of my chair hard enough to make my knuckles go white. In the sudden silence, my own ragged breathing sounded unnaturally loud in the dead, sterile air. When Officer Mercer showed up to relieve me, I didn't mention it. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound like I was cracking up? The look in his eyes, a flicker of understanding, hinted he'd heard things too, but we kept up the quiet lie that everything was normal. 2 days later, I was back at the console. The memory of the crying had settled into a low-grade dread when something else caught my eye, a flicker of movement in the viewing window. I looked up instinctively, a mistake I understood a heartbeat too late. The dark glass wasn't empty anymore. I was staring straight into my childhood bedroom, not some blurry copy, but a perfect, terrifying recreation. Right down to the model planes dangling on fishing line, the stack of worn-out aviation magazines by the bed, and the faded blue comforter with the exact same worn spots in the corners. Even the angle of the afternoon sunlight coming through the blinds matched my memory perfectly. Rule 2. If you see personal memories recreated in the viewing window, look away immediately. I jerked my eyes away, my heart slamming against my ribs. How could it know? How could anything know the exact details of a room I hadn't set foot in for 20 years? I started the 6-hour protocol, avoiding all reflective surfaces. I angled my chair away from the shiny metal edge of my console and the small mirror in the nearby bathroom. The thought of what might stare back from those surfaces made my skin prickle. Alone in that sterile silence again, I finally accepted the truth. These rules weren't mind games or complicated security drills. They were literal survival instructions, because whatever was behind that door didn't play by any rules I understood. As my shift finally neared its end, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The feeling of eyes boring into me was so intense I had to fight every ounce of training to stop myself from turning back toward that cursed window. Instead, I focused on the corridor, willing Officer Mercer to appear. But the minutes dragged by, no sign of him. A new awful thought took root. What if he wasn't coming? What if, for reasons I couldn't even guess, I was the only one down here now? And worse still, what if I wasn't? The paranoia didn't leave me after my shift ended.
It followed me back to my quarters, stood watch as I tried to sleep, and greeted me when I woke up. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that perfect recreation of my childhood bedroom flickering in the vault's window. I'd followed the protocol, looked away immediately, avoided reflective surfaces for 6 hours, but that didn't stop the questions from circling like vultures. How did it know? What else did it know? I doubled down on my alertness during the next 3 shifts. Every sound from the vents, every flicker of the hallway lights became something to worry about. I stared down the long, sterile hallway leading to my post, searching every surface for any little change or movement. That extra watchfulness saved me. It happened during my 4th shift after the bedroom incident. I spotted movement far down the hallway. Someone in a gray maintenance uniform walked toward me carrying a toolkit. Standard procedure says every bit of maintenance work has to be called in ahead of time. I hadn't heard anything about this visitor. My hand froze over the emergency lockdown button as they got closer. Something was wrong with how they moved. Too smooth, like their bones weren't connected right. At 50 feet away, I saw more details. The uniform was perfect, down to the facility patch and badge, but the face was almost right, almost human. At 30 feet, I saw their eyes, or where eyes should have been. Instead, 2 holes of pure darkness looked back at me. Not just dark pupils, but empty spaces swallowing all light. Rule 3 screamed through my mind like a warning siren. I smashed my palm onto the lockdown button. Red alarms lit up the hallway as blast doors thick as tree trunks slammed down from the ceiling. The figure stopped cold, tilting its head at an impossible angle. I didn't stick around. Following emergency steps, I scrambled to the safe room, a steel-lined chamber 3 hallways away. 16 minutes later, the containment team showed up in full combat gear. Lieutenant Wade, their leader, questioned me himself. "We've found nothing, Green," he said, not hiding his doubts. "No intruders, no security gaps. Hall cameras show you triggering lockdown with nothing there." "Sir, I swear I saw it. The eyes, black voids." Wade raised an eyebrow. "Just like in your manuals?" He meant I was seeing things because I was trained to expect them. Classic stressed-out hallucinations. "We'll check every system," Wade went on, sounding a bit softer now. "Isolation gets to people down here, Green. Even solid operators. Maybe ask for a day above ground?" I knew better. What I saw was real. Not stress or loneliness, but arguing would just make them think I was losing it. "I'll be fine, sir. Thanks for the backup." After they left, I went back to my post. The vault door sat silent and cold, but I could feel something new, an awareness behind that smooth black face, testing me. 3 hours into my shift, I caught motion in the viewing window. Against every rule, I peeked. My dead grandmother smiled at me from behind the glass. She died back when I was 14. It looked exactly like her, silver hair pinned just right, little birthmark by her left temple, even the knit shawl she made herself, but the smile was wrong. Fake, stiff, like someone learning to act human from pictures. Rule 4. If you see dead loved ones, they aren't really them. I ripped my eyes away before seeing her lift her hand in a creepy wave. Then it hit me like a punch to the gut. The thing wasn't just scaring me with my memories. It was studying me, learning what makes me tick, testing which buttons hurt most. Every time it tried, it got better at imitating me, and here I was completely alone with it.
I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being studied like a lab specimen. The thing in the vault was learning, adapting, gathering information about me with each encounter. First my childhood bedroom, then my grandmother. What would be next? My next 2 shifts passed in tense silence. No figures with black hole eyes, no dead relatives waving from the viewing window, just me, the mechanical hum of ventilation, and the unblinking eye of the surveillance camera. The quiet should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like the calm before a storm. On the 3rd day, that metaphor became literal. I was 6 hours into my shift when I felt it. A subtle vibration through the floor, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. Then it came again, stronger this time. Thunder, 800 feet above ground. I checked the weather monitor on my console. A severe thunderstorm warning covered the entire region. Red and yellow blotches crawled across the radar map. I remembered Rule 5 with sickening clarity. In the event of atmospheric interference. Another rumble shook the facility, and the overhead lights flickered. My pulse quickened. I ran through my mental checklist, remembering Director Shaw's instructions. Don't panic. Maintain your position. Do not approach the vault under any circumstances, especially if you hear your own voice. The next hour was torture. Each thunderclap seemed to intensify, reverberating through concrete and steel like a giant's footsteps. I stared fixedly at my console, refusing to look at the vault door, but I could feel it there, massive and unyielding, separating me from whatever waited on the other side. At 11:17 p.m. it happened. A metallic groan cut through the artificial silence of the bunker, the sound of ancient gears turning, locks disengaging. I heard the pneumatic hiss of pressure seals releasing. The vault was opening. I kept my eyes locked on my console display, knuckles white against the armrests of my chair. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Rule 5 echoed in my mind, do not look inside the vault. From behind me came the sound of the massive door swinging open. Cold air washed over the back of my neck, carrying a scent I couldn't identify, something ancient and wrong, like soil that had never seen sunlight. "Hello?" my voice called out from the darkness. "Is anybody there? Please, I need help." My heart slammed against my ribs. It wasn't just my voice. It was my voice cracking with fear, exactly the way it had sounded when Martinez got hit on that patrol outside Bagram. The patrol I was supposed to be leading properly, the mistake that had haunted me for years. "I'm bleeding out," my voice continued, laced with desperation. "Just like Martinez was. Remember? You were in charge. You were responsible for his right leg, for all of us." My breathing came in shallow gasps. How could it know about Martinez? I'd never told anyone here about that day, about how I'd failed to properly check our route, about the IED that should have been spotted. "You left him exposed," my voice accused from the darkness. "You'll leave me here too, won't you? Just like you left him, some protector you turned out to be." The words cut deeper than any knife could. After Martinez, I'd promised myself I'd never fail anyone under my protection again. I'd taken increasingly dangerous assignments, pushing myself to be perfect, to be the shield others could depend on. This thing had somehow reached into my mind and pulled out my deepest shame. "Please," my voice begged, breaking into a sob. "I don't want to die alone, not like this. You can save me. You can make it right this time."
Thunder crashed overhead, rattling the facility. The lights flickered again, plunging the room into momentary darkness. In that split second of blackness, I felt a presence behind me, something watching, waiting, learning. The darkness from the vault wasn't just an absence of light. It felt alive, hungry, pressing against my back like a physical weight. When the lights returned, my resolve was crumbling. The thing in the vault had found my weakness. It knew what buttons to push. It knew I couldn't bear to fail someone again, even if that someone was myself. And as another pitiful cry echoed from the darkness, I realized with mounting horror that I wasn't sure how much longer I could resist turning around. Another muffled sob, my own voice, cracked from the darkness. "Please, I can't feel my legs anymore, Martinez all over again." My fingers dug into the console. The mention of Martinez was calculated, precise, a psychological bullet fired straight into my conscience. Whatever this thing was, it had been learning from me for weeks, assembling the pieces of my psyche like a puzzle. "Green, you're letting it happen again," my voice cried out, now adopting the panicked tone I remembered from that day in Bagram. "You're just going to sit there while I die, like you did with him?" The thunder intensified overhead. The facility's lights flickered in rapid sequence like a strobe catching snapshots of my resolve crumbling. Each flash illuminated the stark reality of my situation. Alone, 800 feet underground, with something impossible behind me. My training screamed at me to follow the rules. Director Shaw's warnings echoed in my mind, but the voice, my voice, kept peeling away layers of my sanity with surgical precision. "I trusted you," it whimpered. "Martinez trusted you." I broke. The tactical flashlight felt cold in my hand as I spun around, beam cutting through the oppressive darkness of the vault. The crying stopped instantly. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any scream could have been. My light revealed nothing but a small, empty, cube-shaped room. Smooth, seamless walls of some matte black material. No creature, no entity. No version of myself bleeding out on the floor. Nothing. A wave of relief washed over me, followed immediately by confusion. After weeks of psychological torment, was this it? An empty room? I took a tentative step forward, flashlight beam sweeping the corners. That's when I heard it. The heavy mechanical sound of the vault door's locking mechanism engaging. I spun around just as the massive door boomed shut, the sound echoing with sickening finality. No! I lunged for the door, but it was already sealed. The small circular window was my only view out. I pressed my face against it, heart hammering against my ribs. Through the thick glass, I saw the guard station, my chair, my console, and me. Not a reflection, me sitting at the console, back straight, posture perfect. The copy turned slowly in the chair, regarding me with detached curiosity. Its face, my face, was expressionless, but there was something cold and alien behind the eyes. It studied me for a moment, then raised its hand in a slow, deliberate wave before turning its attention back to the console. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The screaming hadn't been meant to lure me in. It was a distraction, designed to let it out. I wasn't the guard. I was the final practice specimen. I pounded against the glass, screaming words I can't remember now, but the thing wearing my face never looked back. It simply reached for my coffee mug, brought it to its lips in a perfect mimicry of my habits, and continued its monitoring of the vault.
monitoring me.
I've photographed death in 27 countries over 2 decades, yet nothing had prepared me for Emberfield. The military transport dropped me at the edge of the restricted zone just before dusk, the dying light throwing long shadows across the mist-covered valley. Captain Thomas Langford stood waiting for me, spine straight as a steel rod in his uniform, his face rough from too many deployments.
"Mr. Reed," he said, offering his hand. "Appreciate you coming, though I can't imagine what pictures will show us that 3 official searches didn't." I shrugged my equipment bag onto my shoulder. The lens catches things eyes overlook. If I'd known how true that would be.
The forward operating base came into view through the trees like an abandoned ship, tents still standing, gear untouched. 27 soldiers had disappeared 3 months back without firing a bullet or tripping an alarm. Not one drop of blood, 0 evidence of a fight, simply vanished.
"Everything stayed exactly as we found it," Langford said, raising the perimeter tape so I could enter, hoping it might help us understand what happened here.
I stepped into a scene frozen in time. Half-finished meals on folding tables, cards dealt mid-game, a letter home stopped mid-sentence. My hands lifted the camera to my eye automatically, forcing a shield between me and what I witnessed.
"How much time passed between their last radio contact and investigators arriving?" I asked, focusing on a coffee mug with lipstick still marking its edge. 6 hours, Langford answered. The last transmission sounded completely normal. Then silence.
Worked my way through the camp, recording every detail. My gut sorted through possibilities: mass desertion, organized abduction, something toxic hitting them too fast. But nothing added up.
Through the viewfinder, I saw strange ripples in the light. Tiny rainbow distortions, like gasoline slicks on water, clinging to certain spots. I fussed with the settings, blaming lens flare. "Need you to check the barracks," Langford said. "Personal items remain right where they were, like folks stepped out for a cigarette break and never made it back."
Inside the large tent, 27 cots holding 27 halted lives, family photos stuck on footlockers, well-used paperbacks mid-story, a birthday card signed by everyone, never delivered. I captured it all, fighting the crawling feeling creeping up my neck, the sense of being studied from vacant corners. Later, inside the abandoned house I'd turned into living quarters and darkroom, I began developing the first film roll. Military investigations stick to digital technology nowadays, but emulsion film picks up delicate details sensors ignore, details like buried truth. Images surfaced one by one in the chemical bath: deserted camp, deserted mess space, deserted barracks. Then the final photograph unveiled itself. Between 2 empty cots, exactly where my lens had found vacant air, stood a figure, unfocused, unclear but undeniably human-shaped, a soldier twisting toward my camera. My fingers went unsteady as I let the print slide into the stop bath. Through 20 years of photographing wars, I'd never once captured something invisible to my eyes. Now I had. I stared at the picture until my eyes burned, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was messed up chemicals in the darkroom or a light leak. Technical problems I'd seen 100 times in my job. But deep inside, I knew the truth. That figure in the photo stood with clear purpose, placed exactly between the empty cots, like it was keeping watch. Sleep was impossible. I spent the whole night sitting cross-legged on my cot, flicking through every picture on my laptop, searching for something, anything I might have missed. The photos showed nothing new to what my own eyes had seen, until dawn started to come gray and thin through the dusty window of my room, and being completely worn out finally chipped away at my stubborn disbelief. As morning light came in, I packed my gear with careful, precise movements. That single photo's strangeness pulled me into the heart of Emberfield itself, away from the soldiers' empty camp. The village looked like life had just stopped dead. Bicycles leaned forgotten against fences. Laundry hung stiff and faded on a line, frozen by months of wind and weather. The most unsettling things were the houses, doors left standing open, like people had just stepped out for a second, not fled under military orders. Took pictures of everything, switching between my digital camera and old-fashioned film. Something inside made me capture every empty room and silent street with both, a gut feeling honed in war zones that I'd learned never to ignore. The heart of the village was an ancient stone church. Its worn spire pointed at the sky like it was accusing heaven itself. I was bringing the building into focus through my viewfinder when a rough voice spoke behind me. "Won't do you no good pointing that camera there. Never comes out right on the pictures." I spun around. An old man stood watching me from the shade of a big oak tree. He was wiry and tough, wrinkled by years like the mountain shepherds I'd met in Afghanistan. Men who were so much a part of the rocks and wind they almost blended into the landscape.
"Harold Blackwood," he said, holding out a rough, gnarled hand. "The army boys figure I left with the rest long gone. I didn't. Been here 78 years. Didn't see no reason to leave now." "Oliver Reed," I answered, shaking his hand. His grip was stronger than I expected. "You've been here all along? Since the soldiers vanished?"
"Been here for all the vanishings," he corrected, his sharp eyes narrowing. "This ain't the first time Emberfield has taken folks during a war." My reporter's interest snapped to life. "What do you mean, taken people, Harold?" Harold waved me over to a stone bench facing the silent church. "Every time fighting touches this valley, it leaves its toll. Great War, gone. 23 men from a British camp. Second big one, 14 American scouts. World War II, didn't see no reason in leaving. Cold War brought Russian runaways. Poof. 5 disappeared overnight." He counted these out on twisted fingers. Balkan troubles, Gulf War, Afghanistan, soldiers camp here, some always go missing, taken. "That's crazy," I argued back. "The military would have reports, files." "They do," Harold cut me off. "Secret, classified, always got a different tale. They deserted, got grabbed by the enemy, training accident. Doesn't matter, always the same pattern, always happening near stones of that church." Studied the old building with sharper interest, lifting my camera without thinking. "You won't see 'em," Harold said, quiet but clear. "Not with those eyes of yours." That night I made a dark room out of the old house's little bathroom. When the pictures started showing up in the chemical bath, my breath stuck in my throat. Every single print, every last one, had dark shapes hidden in the background. Some were just smears in the shadows.
Others were shaped like people, looking exactly like they were watching from just outside the frame. What made it worse was seeing the digital pictures next to the film shots of the exact same spot. The digital images only had faint shimmering blurs, but the film photos, they showed the figures with terrible detail, sharp enough to see the way they stood, like they were focused, like they were studying. Hours later, going over my notes by the weak light of an oil lamp, a noise slipped in through the closed window. First radio static hiss, then broken bits of voices talking on comms, followed hard by the steady crunch, crunch, crunch of bootsteps on hard-packed dirt. I grabbed my camera and rushed outside. Nothing. Only empty streets lying under moonlight and a thin, creeping fog. Standing there alone in the dead quiet village, Harold's words went off like a bomb inside me. This wasn't just another job, another horror story to capture safely from behind the protective glass of my viewfinder. For the first time in years, I felt the real heavy weight of purpose, bigger than just watching and waiting. Something was watching through my lens, and I was dead set on seeing it clear in its face. I spent the rest of the night hunched in my makeshift dark room, studying the photos. The figures lurking in the backgrounds became clearer with each print I made, not shadows anymore, but vague human shapes with stretched out limbs and heads tilting at impossible angles. Always watching, always just out of the corner of my eye. Dawn came to Emberfield, washed in sickly gray light that barely cut through the fog. I knew where I had to go next. The church stood in the center of the village like a stark black shape against the pale sky, its bell tower jabbing upward like it was trying to stab something unseen above it. If Harold Blackwood was right, this was the heart of the madness, the spot where whatever swallowed people for generations began. The big wooden doors weren't locked. They opened with weird ease, like they wanted me inside. The air within felt thick, pressing hard on my ears. I'd expected emptiness, an abandoned place with crumbling pews and dust-covered altars. What I saw froze me solid. Military gear lay scattered across the stone floor in formations that made zero tactical sense. Helmets placed in a perfect circle. Rifles stood upright in straight lines like some kind of iron crop circle. Radio sets torn apart and laid out in eerie geometric shapes that looked like bizarre symbols. "What the hell were they doing in here?" I whispered. My own voice bounced back at me from the high ceiling. I lifted my camera, fingers already shifting settings for the gloom. Peering through the viewfinder, I framed the circle of helmets. As I focused, the image flickered violently, like a TV losing its signal. For less than a second, I saw the impossible. Soldiers moving around the equipment, rearranging it with frantic urgency. I jerked back, blinking hard. The church was empty again. Heart pounding like a drum, I put my eye back to the viewfinder. The flickering got worse this time. Through the lens, the empty church changed. I could see the vanished platoon moving through the space, as if I was catching them in another layer of reality. Some scribbling madly on the walls, others standing totally frozen with pure terror on their faces. A young soldier near the altar suddenly spun around. He looked straight into my camera. His eyes went wide with shock. He saw me. He rushed toward the lens, mouth shaping desperate words I couldn't hear. My arms felt locked. I couldn't lower the camera. He stopped just inches away. He mouthed something over and over. I couldn't make it out. Then he reached toward me, his hand seeming to push out past the lens itself. I stumbled back, the camera swinging wildly from its strap. The church was empty again, silent, no soldiers, no movement. Back in the chemical-smelling darkroom, my hands shook as I processed the film. When the images slowly surfaced in the developing tray, my mouth went bone dry. There they were, all 27 soldiers captured in various states of terrified desperation. Several stared straight at the lens, their eyes flinty with cold, calculated awareness. They knew I was taking their picture. They knew they were being watched. The last photo nearly made my heart give out. It showed the soldier who'd rushed my lens. He stood before a wall where he'd written a huge, frantic message. The words weren't on the church wall itself now, but in the photo they were horribly, chillingly clear. They study us through the glass. I stumbled backward, almost tipping over the trays. These soldiers weren't just missing, they were prisoners somewhere, and my camera was somehow tearing open the lock. Worse still, something else was watching them, using lenses as doorways between worlds. I felt certain that thing had now seen me too. My eyes flicked to the camera sitting on the table. Its lens seemed to point right at me like a dull black eye. For the first time since I started this job, I felt real dread at the thought of raising it again. But I knew I had to. Those men needed a witness. They might have no other hope. Tomorrow, I'd go back to that church armed with every camera I owned. If my lens could see them, maybe I could find a way to pull them back out, or at least take proof of what took them, before it came hunting for me next. I slept fitfully, waking several times to the feeling of being watched. Each time I scanned the darkened corners of my makeshift quarters but saw nothing. Yet I was certain the emptiness itself was studying me. Dawn found me methodically checking my gear, 3 35mm cameras, my digital SLR, 2 video cameras, extra film, batteries, everything I'd need to document whatever waited in that church. My hands moved with practiced precision, steady despite the icy dread sitting heavy in my stomach. Before heading back to the church, I needed to see Blackwood. His cryptic knowledge of Emberfield's dark history might help make sense of what I'd witnessed. The photos in my bag felt like undeniable proof of something impossible. The walk to Blackwood's cottage took me through the silent village center. Morning mist clung to the abandoned storefronts, warping their outlines into ghostly suggestions of buildings. I knocked, trying to think of how to describe the impossible images in my photographs without sounding crazy. No answer. "Blackwood?" I called out, pushing against the unlocked door. Smell hit me immediately, that unforgettable coppery sweet stench I'd faced too often in war zones. My camera was in my hands before I even thought about it. An old habit, trained into me by years spent recording humanity's worst moments. Blackwood hung from the center beam, his body gently swinging. His clouded eyes stared at nothing. His mouth was frozen tight in a final grimace. A note was pinned to his shirt. The paper crumpled from his desperate final grip. I lifted my camera, framing the grim scene with detached professionalism, my only shield against what I was seeing. Looking through the viewfinder, I saw something I'd missed before. Dark handprints on Blackwood's neck, which vanished each time I lowered the camera. Wearing gloves, I carefully pulled the note free. "They found me through your lens." My stomach lurched. Had my photography somehow dragged Blackwood into this? I backed away, suddenly painfully aware of the cameras hanging from my shoulders. Sharp mechanical whir broke the silence. My digital camera, sitting untouched in my bag, had powered on by itself. The lens extended, rotated, and focused on me like a cold, artificial eye. I snatched it from the bag, my hands shaking, and pulled up the photo gallery. The newest images weren't mine. Pictures showing me asleep in my quarters, taken from angles only possible if something had been standing right beside my bed. In one shot, an impossibly long shadow bent over my sleeping body, its shape twisted in ways that made no biological sense. The crunch of tires on gravel snapped my attention outside. Captain Langford's military jeep had pulled up in front of the cottage. I quickly stuffed the note into my pocket and stepped out, meeting him halfway up the path. "Reed," Langford said, his face tight. "We're pulling out. Orders came down. All access to Emberfield restricted. Effective immediately. Security concerns." "What about my investigation? The missing troops?" "Investigation's over," he stated flatly. His eyes flickered towards the tree line. "Transport's ready. Grab your kit." "Blackwood's dead," I said, keeping my voice deadpan. "Suicide." Langford's expression hardened. "I'll handle the report, but we still need to get moving." "There's more to this. What are these security concerns?" He hesitated, then let out a breath. "This doesn't leave us. 3 more search teams vanished after the original platoon. 42 personnel total now, commands classifying the whole thing." "Jesus." My voice came out hoarse. My camera hung heavy at my side. Almost without thinking, I raised it to my eye and focused on Langford. Through the viewfinder, I saw it, a tall, indistinct figure standing directly behind him. Something like an unnaturally long hand rested possessively on Langford's shoulder. The form seemed to wrap around him, like thick smoke flowing against an obstacle. I lowered the camera. Nothing there in the empty air. "Langford," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Don't move." "What?" Confusion flashed across his face, then he shuddered violently. "Christ, Reed, why did it just drop so cold?" His radio crackled to life. Instead of the usual crisp military traffic, distorted voices poured out, scrambled, overlapping, desperate voices chanting his name. They didn't sound like command. They sounded terrified. They sounded like the missing soldiers. Langford's hand went slowly towards his radio. His eyes went huge with horrified recognition. I raised my camera again, firing shot after shot, capturing each frame as something invisible began dragging him backwards, away from me. The camera kept clicking in my hands as Captain Langford was pulled backward across the floor, his heels dragging furrows in the dust. His screams faded to desperate whimpers as he vanished into the shadows beyond my cabin door. I stood frozen, camera still raised. The darkened doorway framed nothing but empty night. Whatever had taken him was gone, along with any hope of a military evacuation. Dawn found me barricaded in my makeshift darkroom, developing the previous night's horrors. The photos revealed what my eyes couldn't see. elongated figures with limbs bent at impossible angles surrounding Langford, their featureless faces turned toward my camera. They knew I was documenting them. My hands trembled as I packed my gear. Logic screamed at me to run while I could, but 20 years of war photography had taught me one thing. When you're onto the story of a lifetime, you don't walk away. More importantly, 42 soldiers, now 43 including Langford, were trapped somewhere behind an invisible wall. The camera was my only link to them. I made my decision. One final expedition to the stone church. Morning mist clung to Emberfield's streets like wet gauze as I approached the ancient building. Inside, I carefully placed my backup cameras, one aimed at each wall, another at the ceiling, my main Leica gripped tight. If something was using this place as a lab, I'd capture it from every angle. Through my viewfinder, everything changed. The flickering church interior looked sterile and clinical now. The missing soldiers hung suspended like insects in glass cases, arranged as specimens. Tall, indistinct figures moved among them. They weren't human. They measured, examined, took notes with detached precision. When one touched a soldier, the man seemed to fade, becoming more ghost-like. I documented everything, moving between cameras, adjusting settings. I was so focused on getting hard proof that I nearly missed the moment one entity froze. Its blank face turned toward my primary camera. It seemed to lock onto the lens, tilting its head like an animal spotting something strange. Then it began moving straight toward me. I stumbled back, my breath bursting into white clouds as the air suddenly plunged to a deep, biting cold. Glancing quickly through every other camera viewfinder, the entity was closer each time, crossing between the different perspectives as it closed in. An impossible deep freeze slammed into me, cold so intense it seared through my jacket like fire. The entity had found a way through the lens. In pure panic, I fired the shutter blindly. The flash lit nothing but empty church air, yet I felt impossibly long, slender fingers on the back of my neck. My final act was to trigger the shutter one more time as something powerful yanked me backward into suffocating, endless cold. The last image developed slowly in the abandoned darkroom, just an empty church with cameras left lying around. Of the photographer, there was no trace at all. 3 months later, a woman carrying audio recording gear and a camera bag picked her way through Emberfield's overgrown lanes. The military had finally approved a media probe into the disappearance of war photographer Oliver Reed and the 43 service members lost here. Her first test shot, taken casually outside the church, showed something she hadn't seen. A man with a camera raised, standing just inside the doorway, his lens pointed directly at her. The new observer, now eternally observed. The basement archive of the Ashfield Garrison Museum always felt like another world. 3 floors below the polished displays and informative plaques, the air hung thick with dust and forgotten stories. I'd spent the better part of a decade as curator here, but budget cuts meant fewer and fewer visitors. My Voices of the Forgotten exhibit was my last chance, a desperate effort to breathe life into our small museum. I shifted another unmarked crate, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The museum board had given me 6 weeks to create something remarkable, or we'd face closure. No pressure. "Come on," I muttered, brushing cobwebs from my sleeve. Give me something I can use.
The crate I'd been wrestling with finally gave way, its nails groaning as I pried off the lid. Inside lay a standard-issue kit bag, several yellowed envelopes, and a small leather-bound book.
I lifted the book carefully. Its cover was worn smooth around the edges, the leather cracked with age. The name inside was written in a tight, careful handwriting. Property of Private Arthur Finch, 2nd Battalion, Dorsetshire Regiment.
I recognized the name immediately. Arthur Finch, one of Ashfield's sons who never returned from Burma after being captured by Japanese forces in 1943, listed as missing, presumed dead. No grave, no ceremony, just a name on our town's memorial. His diary, not a military log, but personal thoughts. The historian in me knew this was perfect for the exhibit, a genuine first-person account. But something else stirred as I thumbed through those pages, a quieter, more personal curiosity. I should have logged it properly, left it in the archive overnight. Instead, I slipped it into my bag. That evening, I sat in my quiet apartment, the diary open on my lap. The radiator clicked and hummed, fighting against the autumn chill as rain tapped against the windows. Arthur's early entries were ordinary: training, seasickness during transport, complaints about food. Then came his deployment to Burma, the chaos of retreat and capture.
May 15th, 1943, March today. Don't know how far. Jungle so thick you can barely breathe. Roberts collapsed from heat. They didn't stop. I read until my eyes burned, until the radiator fell silent and my tea went cold. It was nearly midnight when I finally closed the diary and crawled into bed.
The dream came immediately. Not the familiar broken images of normal sleep, but something intense and overwhelming. Humidity pressed against my skin like a hot, wet cloth. The drone of insects filled my ears. Each breath tasted of earth and rot. Ahead, through a tangle of green, figures moved in single file, skeletal men stumbling forward under the watchful eyes of soldiers with fixed bayonets. I jerked awake at 3 a.m, sheets damp with sweat, my heart racing. For several seconds I could still taste the jungle air, still feel the oppressive heat. As my bedroom slowly came back into focus, I glanced at my nightstand where Arthur's diary lay. In the dim light it seemed to wait patiently, like a doorway left slightly open. I couldn't fall back asleep. Despite my bedroom feeling comfortable, a phantom sweat made my skin feel sticky. Something about Arthur's diary had gotten under my skin, leaving an uneasy feeling that I couldn't quite shake off.
Morning brought no relief. I arrived at the museum early, hoping work would distract me, but found myself staring blankly at acquisition forms. My thoughts kept drifting back to that leather-bound book tucked in my bag. Eventually, I locked my office door and pulled it out, telling myself I was just being thorough for the exhibit.
Arthur's handwriting changed as the entries went on, growing tighter, more compact, as if paper was becoming scarce. He described the camp with brutal simplicity: bamboo huts raised on stilts, latrines that overflowed during monsoon rains, the constant humidity that rotted cloth and flesh alike. "The guards counted us again today," he wrote. "Third time since dawn. Reynolds collapsed during roll call. The sun here shows no mercy even in November. 62 men now. We started with 89.
I was so absorbed that I barely noticed when the air in my climate-controlled office seemed to thicken. Only when I struggled to draw a full breath did I look up, confused. The ventilation system hummed steadily, yet the air felt heavy, like breathing through wet cotton. A strange smell caught my attention, earthy and rich like soil after rain, with hints of something vegetal and rotting. I glanced at my trash bin. Empty. The smell had no source, yet it filled my senses completely before vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. "Just tired," I muttered, closing the diary. "Need more sleep." That evening, I tried distracting myself with everyday tasks. Laundry, emails, a documentary I'd been meaning to watch. But by 7 p.m., the diary's presence on my coffee table had become an irresistible pull. Those entries grew sparser, marking the grinding routine of captivity. Disease moved through the camp with grim efficiency. Names appeared and disappeared from his account with heartbreaking regularity. As I read about a man who died from an infected foot wound, I became aware of sounds just at the edge of hearing, a soft, persistent coughing coming from somewhere inside my apartment. I set the diary down and listened. Nothing. The building was quiet, yet when I resumed reading, the sound returned, distant and muffled, as if coming through a wall that wasn't there. I pushed on, my rational mind insisting it was just the building settling or a neighbor's television. Arthur described the jungle surrounding the camp, how its relentless growth seemed to be swallowing the perimeter fences. Some nights, he wrote, the darkness beneath the canopy seemed to watch them with patient, hungry eyes. I must have dozed off because suddenly I was no longer in my apartment. I stood ankle-deep in mud that squelched around my shoes. The air was thick with moisture, making each breath feel like drowning slowly. For me stretched a clearing surrounded by dense jungle populated with bamboo structures, crude barracks with thatched roofs. In the gray pre-dawn light, skeletal figures moved with the deliberate slowness of the chronically exhausted. This wasn't a dream. The sensations were too immediate, too real. I could smell the rot of the jungle, feel insects landing on my exposed skin, taste the metallic quality of the air before rain. Yet none of the prisoners seemed aware of my presence. Among them, I spotted a man whose face I recognized from the photograph included with his effects. Arthur Finch, gaunt, his cheekbones sharp beneath his skin, but unmistakable. He moved with purpose toward one of the barracks, glancing nervously over his shoulder at a guard tower. I tried to call out, to move toward him, but found myself rooted to the spot, a helpless observer to events 75 years past. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the vision collapsed. I was back in my apartment, the diary open on my lap, my heart pounding. The clock read 3:17 in the morning, the same time I'd awakened from my dream the night before. On the page before me, Arthur's next entry was dated April 17, 1943, the day he'd begun planning his escape. I closed the diary with trembling hands, but even as I set it aside, I could still feel mud between my toes that weren't there, still smell the jungle on my skin. Something had opened between Arthur's world and mine, and I was afraid it wouldn't be so easily closed. I tried to lose myself in work the next day. The museum's new exhibit needed my attention, funding paperwork, selecting artifacts, designing displays. But Arthur's diary kept pulling at my thoughts like a splinter beneath my skin. Every time I focused on a task, my mind would drift to the jungle heat and gaunt faces. By late afternoon, I'd accomplished almost nothing. The memories of that strange visit haunted me. The sounds of cicadas, the dense humidity, the thin faces of men who'd been dead for decades. It wasn't a dream. I tried convincing myself it was, but dreams fade. These sensations only grew sharper with each passing hour. When I returned home, I told myself I wouldn't open the diary again. I placed it deliberately on my bookshelf and prepared dinner, trying to focus on mundane tasks, but my eyes kept drifting to its worn leather spine. By 8 o'clock in the evening, I'd given in, my hands trembling slightly as I retrieved it. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. Stress, overwork, and overactive imagination, but none of them stuck. The April 17th entry detailed Arthur's growing desperation. 62 men remained alive, but their numbers dwindled weekly from disease and poor nutrition. Arthur wrote of secret conversations with 3 other prisoners about escaping during the monsoon season when the guards would be distracted by the weather.
The words pulled me under like a riptide. When I looked up, my apartment had vanished. The camp materialized around me, more substantial than before.
I stood beside a row of bamboo huts as rain poured through the tree canopy above. The ground had become a muddy mess, and prisoners struggled through mud that reached their ankles. The air felt thicker, the sound sharper, less like I was watching a scene and more like I was standing in one. I recognized Arthur immediately. He'd grown even thinner, his cheekbones sharp as blades beneath his skin. He huddled with 3 other men beneath a leaking shelter, their voices too low for me to hear. One man, a corporal based on the tattered remnants of his uniform, pointed toward a section of fence partially hidden by jungle growth. The camp had expanded in my view. Beyond the main yard, I could now see what the prisoners called the box, a bamboo cage too small to stand in, where men were left for days in the blistering sun or pouring rain. A prisoner was curled inside it now, so still I couldn't tell if he was alive. Beyond that stood a simple wooden post where public punishments were carried out. Dark stains marked the muddy ground beneath it. A Japanese guard passed so close I could smell the tobacco on his uniform and the metallic scent of rain on his rifle. I instinctively stepped back, expecting discovery, but he walked through me as if I were smoke. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I watched Arthur for what felt like hours. The camp's nighttime routine unfolded. The meager evening meal, the roll call, the uneasy settling into sleep. I wanted to leave, but found myself unable to break away, as if invisible threads bound me to this place. As prisoners filed into their quarters, one man, skeletal, with hollowed cheeks and fever-bright eyes, lingered. He stood several feet from Arthur, watching the rain. Something about his stillness drew my attention. He wasn't hurrying for shelter like the others, just standing motionless in the downpour. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head toward me. Our eyes met across impossible decades. His gaze locked onto mine, not through me, not around me, but directly at me. Recognition flickered in his sunken eyes, followed by something worse, a weary, hollow accusation that cut through my soul. I stumbled backward, a strangled sound escaping my throat. He continued to stare, his eyes asking why I watched their suffering without helping,
why I made their private hell my spectacle. In that moment I felt like a vulture circling dying men. With violent suddenness, I was back in my apartment, sprawled on the floor. The diary lay open beside me, its pages fluttering in a breeze I couldn't feel. My watch read 3:17 in the morning, the exact time I'd awakened the night before. I scrambled away from the diary, heart hammering in my chest. The rules had changed. I was no longer an invisible observer. I had become part of their world, and they, or at least one of them, had become aware of mine.
Sleep was impossible. I spent the remaining hours until dawn researching the camp, searching for any mention of the man who had seen me. I found nothing but sparse official records, cold statistics of captured and dead. By morning, exhaustion clouded my thoughts, but one certainty remained. I would return to the diary tonight, not because I wanted to, but because I knew, with inexplicable certainty, that the skeletal man was waiting for me. The diary sat on my coffee table, its presence like a gravity well pulling at my consciousness. And Arthur's story wasn't finished. Neither, I feared, was mine.
I dragged myself through my workday, feeling like a ghost among my colleagues. They noticed my appearance, the dark circles under my eyes, my haunted stare. But I brushed off their concerns with mumbled excuses about not sleeping well. I knew the truth would only earn me worried looks and suggestions to see a psychiatrist.
The museum closed at 5 in the evening. I stayed late, organizing the new exhibit like a robot, my mind somewhere else entirely. By 7 p.m. I was alone in the building, sitting at my desk with Arthur's diary before me. The leather-bound journal seemed to pulse with a menacing energy, pulling me back to that rain-soaked nightmare in Burma.
I knew I should destroy it, burn it, lock it away, anything but read it. But a terrible logic drove my compulsion. I had to know how the story ended. If I could just finish the diary, perhaps the connection would break. The curse, because I now admitted to myself that's what this was, might finally release me. With shaking hands, I turned to where I had last stopped. Arthur's final entries grew increasingly desperate, his handwriting becoming more and more shaky along with his hope. April 20th, 1943. The plan is set. 4 of us tomorrow night. The moon will be new. Jenkins says he's bribed a guard with his dead wife's wedding ring. God forgive me, I don't think we'll make it. But staying means certain death. Dysentery's taken 3 more. Watkins died this morning. 58 of us left. April 21st. Tonight, midnight. If anyone finds this, tell my Margaret I tried to come home. This last entry was scrawled hastily, the ink blotched in places. My heart raced as I read, knowing I was approaching the end, both Arthur's and whatever threshold I'd been crossing since opening this cursed object. The final entry was barely legible, written in what looked like a different hand entirely. They knew. Jenkins betrayed us. Being taken to Commandant N. The entry ended abruptly mid-word. I stared at the incomplete sentence, the phantom of that missing word hanging in the air between worlds. Something cold and wet touched my cheek. I looked up. It wasn't my office ceiling anymore. Rain pattered through bamboo slats, falling steadily onto my face. The walls of my office had dissolved, replaced by the rough-hewn interior of a punishment hut. My chair was gone. I sat in cold mud,
the diary still clutched in my hands.
But the diary was changing too. The leather cover grew soft, then translucent, then disappeared altogether. The pages turned to water in my hands, ink dissolving like blood in a stream until nothing remained but mud between my fingers. I was fully there now, not observing, not visiting, present. The rain soaked through my clothes, insects bit at my exposed skin, and the pervasive smell of rot and human misery filled my lungs. Panicking, I scrambled to my feet, searching for a way back, for any trace of my office, my life. There was nothing. Outside, a commotion drew my attention. Voices shouted in Japanese. Through the doorless entrance of the hut, I saw Arthur Finch, skeletal, broken but defiant, being dragged through the mud by 2 guards. Behind them followed a slight figure in an immaculate uniform, the camp commandant. I had only glimpsed him from a distance in previous visits, a shadowy authority figure. Now, as he passed the hut where I stood frozen, he turned his head and looked directly at me. His face was oddly serene, almost pleasant, but his eyes contained an ancient emptiness that made my soul shrivel. He saw me. He smiled. The commandant gestured with one gloved hand toward the guards, speaking words I couldn't understand. One of them broke off, turning toward my hut. From across the compound, through sheets of rain, the skeletal prisoner who had made eye contact with me before now watched impassively. There was resignation in his hollow eyes, but also something else. A terrible recognition, as if witnessing a changing of the guard. I understood then. I wasn't just reading Arthur's story anymore. I was about to become part of it. I couldn't move. My feet sank into the thick mud as the guard approached, his face blank beneath the heavy rain. Behind me, the skeletal prisoner watched with hollow eyes, not shocked but resigned, as if he'd seen this scene play out countless times before. The guard walked right through me. I felt nothing physical, but a cold emptiness spread through my chest as his ghostly form passed mine. He wasn't here for me, not yet. I was still just a witness. Arthur's screams echoed from beyond the huts. These weren't the loud, dramatic cries you'd hear in movies, but the dull, hopeless sounds of a man who knows no one is coming to help. The remaining prisoners turned away, their faces hard as stone. Only the skeletal man kept watching me. When night finally fell, I remained. The diary had vanished. My apartment was gone. Only the camp existed now, with its mud, rain, and endless despair. Time shifted. I felt it, like a record skipping. Suddenly it was dawn. Arthur was back in the camp, his face bruised but alive. The prisoners moved through their daily routine. I watched as men I'd seen in darkness now worked in daylight, unaware of their own repetition. "You're new," a voice whispered beside me. The skeletal prisoner stood there, his eyes burning with fever. "You can see me?" I asked. "We all could eventually, but only I remember." He didn't look at me while speaking. Arthur wasn't the first, and I wasn't the first to watch. "I don't understand," I said, but deep down I did. The terrible truth was seeping into me like the rain. Someone always reads, someone always watches, then they become part of it. He finally turned to me.
I've been here 60 years, watching Arthur try to escape, watching him fail, watching him die. Who were you? I asked. A historian like you, the museum's previous curator. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain. The diary found you because I wanted it to, he continued. I needed a replacement. As he spoke, his form began to fade, becoming transparent against the jungle backdrop. Wait, I called out. How do I escape? His smile was terrible, relief mixed with pity. You find another reader, another witness. He was barely visible now. The diary is still there, in your world, waiting. Then he was gone, truly gone. The weight of 60 years of watching lifted from him and settling onto me. Night fell again. Arthur was dragged away again. Dawn came again. I understood my punishment now. My curiosity had made me a permanent witness to a tragedy I could never prevent. My empathy had trapped me here, forever watching, forever remembering. And somewhere in the real world, Arthur's diary sat in my abandoned office, waiting for the next curator to wonder about the voices of the forgotten, waiting for my replacement. The dew on the grass barely had time to burn off before the fog rolled in again. That's October in this part of England. The sun makes brief appearances, like a shy actor who immediately regrets stepping onto the stage. I don't mind it. The mist shrouds Holleridge War Cemetery in a quiet dignity that feels appropriate. My boots leave dark imprints on the wet grass as I make my morning rounds. 8 years in the British Army taught me to move with purpose, to inspect with precision. Old habits die hard. 3 years as the sole caretaker of this place hasn't changed that. The cemetery spreads across 6 acres of moorland, surrounded by nothing but rolling hills and silence. Most people would find it oppressive, this isolation. After Afghanistan, I find it necessary. The uniform rows of white headstones standing at attention across the landscape offer a kind of peace I couldn't find in London or Manchester. Here the dead stay dead. They don't ambush you in dreams or follow you down busy streets. At least they didn't used to. I reach the northern section, where the newest graves are located. 7 of them, all buried 2 weeks ago with minimal ceremony. The paperwork listed them simply as unidentified remains, Somme, 1916. Soldiers found during a construction project in France, finally brought home for a proper burial after more than a century. Something's wrong with the 3rd grave. The soil has risen slightly, forming a small mound that wasn't there yesterday. I kneel down, my knees protesting against the damp earth. The ground feels wrong under my palm, not packed down as it should be, but almost yielding. And the disturbance isn't from above, which would suggest animals. It looks pushed up from below. Just settling, I mutter to myself, pressing the soil back down. But when I check the others, I find similar disturbances on 2 more graves. Small, almost invisible rises in the earth. The fog thickens around me as I work, seeming to muffle even the sound of my own breathing. For a moment I feel watched, a prickling sensation across the back of my neck that I haven't felt since patrol duty. I turn quickly, scanning the tree line that borders the cemetery's eastern edge. Nothing, just shadows and mist.
I finish my rounds and spend the remainder of daylight on mindless tasks, trimming edges the mower missed, polishing the memorial plaque, checking the drainage channels. Routine is sanity.
Night falls early this time of year. By 5 in the evening, darkness has swallowed Holleridge, and I retreat to my small stone cottage at the edge of the grounds. I light the fire, make tea, and settle into my armchair with a book about the Somme offensive, a subject that now feels uncomfortably relevant. That's when I hear it, a sound so faint I might have imagined it, a long, slow sigh that seems to seep through my window frame along with the draft. Not the wind. After 3 years, I know every note of that particular song. This is different, wet, mournful, like a final breath escaping long-sealed lips. I set my book down, listening. Nothing but silence follows, just the crackling fire and my own suddenly shallow breathing. But as I try to return to my reading, I can't shake the feeling that something has changed at Holleridge, that the perfect order I've maintained has somehow been disturbed, and that the dead might not be as quiet as they should be.
I slept poorly that night, the memory of that strange sigh haunting my dreams. I'd try to convince myself it was just the wind through the cottage's old chimney, then suddenly jolt awake at a sound that wasn't there. By dawn, the heavy fog had returned, and I found myself at the window staring toward the new section of graves, though I could barely see beyond the garden gate. My morning routine fell apart. I brewed my tea too strong, forgot to check the weather forecast, and caught myself checking my watch repeatedly, eager to get outside despite the cold. The urge to inspect those graves again gnawed at me with an urgency I couldn't explain. When I finally walked the grounds, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Each step through the damp grass felt heavier as I approached the new section. Something was wrong, not just with the 3 graves I'd noticed yesterday. All 7 now showed signs of disturbance. Ground settling, I muttered to myself, crouching beside the worst affected area, just the autumn rains. But I didn't believe it. The soil wasn't sinking as it would with settling, it was rising, pushed upward from below in small, deliberate mounds. I ran my fingers over one of the protrusions, expecting to find animal burrows. Instead, I pulled back quickly. There were depressions in the mud, 5 of them side by side, like fingers had pushed up from below, reaching toward the surface before being frozen in place. I stood quickly, wiping my hand on my trousers, though it was perfectly clean. My heart raced. "Frost heave," I said aloud, searching for any rational explanation. "Ground expanding as it freezes." Yet it was only October, and the soil wasn't frozen. That night, I sat rigid in my armchair, straining to hear beyond the crackling fire. The wind had died completely, leaving a silence so deep it seemed to have physical weight. That's when I heard it again, not the single sigh from before, but whispers. Multiple voices speaking just below the edge of understanding. I found myself at the window, peering into absolute darkness. The fog had thickened, swallowing even the nearest headstones. "You're a soldier, Bennett," I told myself firmly. Not some superstitious old man, but soldiers know when they're being watched. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake until dawn crept slowly through the fog. As I dressed, my hands moved automatically to where I'd once kept my service weapon. The muscle memory was unsettling.
I hadn't thought of my sidearm in years.
I spent the day checking the cemetery's perimeter fence, telling myself I was looking for trespassers. But I knew I was really looking for weaknesses, assessing defensive positions. My caretaker's routine transformed into patrol routes, timed circuits around the grounds that always brought me back to those 7 graves. By evening, I'd made a decision. I pulled out my heavy-duty flashlight, the kind that could double as a weapon, and dressed in my darkest clothes. The old combat boots I hadn't worn since Afghanistan came out from the back of the closet. They still fit perfectly. The night patrol started at 10 in the evening. The fog had thinned slightly, allowing pale moonlight to filter through in patches. The beam of my flashlight carved through darkness, illuminating rows of white headstones that seemed to watch me pass. I approached the new section cautiously, moving as quietly as 8 years of infantry training had taught me. The disturbed graves were unchanged, yet somehow more ominous in the harsh light. The air grew noticeably colder as I stepped between the rows. 3 hours of patrolling revealed nothing concrete, yet the feeling of a presence just beyond my light never faded. Sometimes I'd swing the beam quickly to catch what? A shadow that moved independently of the fog? The briefer silhouette of a man at the tree line? Nothing was ever there when the light found its mark. As I completed my final circuit at 2 in the morning, exhaustion clouding my judgment, I heard it clearly for the first time. A voice, thin but distinct, carried on air that didn't move. Listen. I froze, flashlight aimed at the source, the grave with the finger-like depressions. Nothing moved, but the soil seemed darker, wetter than before. I approached cautiously, crouched, and shone my light directly on the mound. The 5 depressions had deepened, not finger marks, but a partial handprint pressed up from below, as if someone were pushing against the underside of the soil, and it was fresh. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight as my mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing. A handprint was pushing up from below the grave, not sinking down like someone pressing their hand into the soil from above, but raised, the negative space of a palm and fingers pushing upward from beneath. My training kicked in. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the disturbed earth, and retreated to my cottage. The rational part of my mind searched desperately for explanations. Maybe an animal had burrowed beneath the grave, or perhaps some chemical reaction in the decomposition process. But I knew better. 8 years in the military had taught me to recognize when something was fundamentally wrong. Sleep was impossible that night. The whispers continued, no longer just a single plea to listen, but a chorus of unclear murmurs that seemed to seep through the stone walls of the cottage. I sat upright in bed until dawn, my service pistol, which I'd kept despite regulations, resting on my nightstand, though I knew deep down it would be useless against whatever was happening in the cemetery. Morning brought a brief break from the dread, but the clear light of day couldn't erase what I'd seen. After a quick breakfast and 3 cups of strong tea, I made a decision. If I wanted answers, I needed to know more about these unidentified remains from the Somme. The cemetery's records were kept in a small office in the cottage's cellar, a damp, stone-walled room that I rarely visited. The previous caretaker had kept detailed files, and the Commonwealth War Graves Commission sent occasional updates when new remains were identified or transferred. I pulled the file for the newest burials. The paperwork looked official and neat, but suspiciously thin.
7 unidentified British soldiers recovered from the Somme battlefield, 1916 campaign. Forensic analysis inconclusive. Interred with military honors. No details about where exactly they were found, what unit they might have belonged to, or why they were being buried now, over a century after their deaths. Something felt wrong. These kinds of reburials usually came with lots of documentation, archaeological reports, forensic analyses, historical context. This file had none of that, just clean, crisp pages with minimal information, as if someone wanted to create a record while saying nothing at all. I dug deeper into the older records, dusty ledgers that dated back to the cemetery's establishment after the Great War. In the back of a cabinet behind a stack of moldering logbooks, I found a thin leather volume, its pages yellowed and brittle. The cover bore no title, only a faded stamp. Restricted. Inside, the neat handwriting detailed sections of the cemetery long forgotten. My blood ran cold when I came across an entry titled Punitive Section 12. The entry was brief but chilling. Deemed unconsecrated. Record sealed by order of Field Marshal Haig, 1917. The page had been deliberately smudged in places as if someone had tried to hide specific details. The afternoon passed in a blur as I cross-referenced maps of the cemetery with this newfound information. The current layout showed nothing called Section 12, but when I overlaid the original plans with the modern ones, I realized with growing horror that the 7 new graves had been placed exactly where this punitive section had once been. These weren't new discoveries being honored. These were old secrets being reburied, hidden again under the guise of respectful remembrance. Evening brought a thick fog that rolled across the cemetery like a shroud. I stood at my cottage window, watching the white headstones disappear one by one into the mist. That's when I saw him. A figure standing beside one of the new graves. Even through the fog, I could make out the details of his uniform. A British infantry private from the Great War, his khaki tunic caked with mud, his puttees sodden. He stood perfectly still, facing my cottage. Though I couldn't see his face clearly from this distance, I felt his gaze fixed on me with terrible purpose. I blinked, and he was gone. But I knew what I had seen. Not a trick of the light or a figment of an exhausted mind, but something real, or as real as the dead can be when they refuse to rest. The whispers came again that night, clearer than before. "Tell them," they seemed to say, "tell them what they did to us." I spent the night researching military archives online, searching for any mention of punitive Section 12. The whispers had become my constant companions, sometimes fading to a distant murmur, other times so close they seemed to originate from inside my own skull. "Tell them what they did to us," became a refrain that followed me through the cottage. By dawn, my eyes were raw, but I'd found something. An obscure military historian's blog mentioned executions at the Somme, soldiers shot for cowardice or desertion. The official record claimed 346 British and Commonwealth soldiers were executed during the Great War. But this historian suggested the number was higher, with some cases deliberately kept off the books. I needed more. The cemetery's administrative office held paper records dating back to the original consecration. Most days I avoided the cramped, musty room with its filing cabinets of yellowed documents, but now I found myself digging through them with desperate intensity.
3 hours later, I found it. A thin folder labeled simply S12 Discontinuation. Inside was a single typewritten memo dated November 1917. By order of Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, the interment area designated Section 12 is to be immediately discontinued and removed from all official maps and records. The 12 occupants are to be reclassified as missing in action, presumed dead. No markers are to be maintained. This order supersedes all previous documentation. 12 men. Erased. I cross-referenced with troop movements. The West Yorkshire Regiment had been at the Somme on July 15, 1916. According to the regimental history, they'd suffered heavy casualties that day. But one platoon was simply listed as lost. No details of how or where. The pieces clicked together with terrible clarity. These weren't unknown soldiers found a century later. These were men who had been deliberately forgotten, now dug up and reburied with false anonymity, a historical wrong papered over rather than corrected. I returned to the graves that afternoon. The sky hung low and gray, moisture clinging to everything. As I stood before the 7 mounds, I noticed something I'd missed before. They were arranged in a specific pattern. The original 12 would have formed a perfect square, an execution square. "We refuse to go over," came a voice behind me. I turned to find not one but 3 spectral soldiers standing at rigid attention. Their uniforms were muddy, their faces gaunt but dignified. Unlike the horror stories I had heard as a child, these ghosts didn't drift or moan. They stood like men reporting for duty. Captain Mercer ordered us to advance across open ground, straight into the German guns. The central figure continued, his voice oddly formal. We'd watched the morning wave get cut down to the last man. No cover, no artillery support. "We didn't desert," said another, his Yorkshire accent thick with emotion. "We requested clarification of orders, that's all." The third simply stared at me, a neat hole visible in his forehead. "They made an example of us," the first soldier finished. 12 men, court-martialed for mutiny, shot at dawn and buried without honors. I found my voice at last. But there are only 7 graves. The ghosts exchanged glances. The others are still lost, disturbed when they built the new road in 1958. We need to be together again. They began to fade, their forms dissolving into the thickening mist. But before they vanished completely, the first soldier locked eyes with me. "Tell them we weren't cowards. Tell them our names." That night I received an email from the War Graves Commission. The subject line read, Recent interments at Hollow Ridge, confidential. Someone was watching me search their databases. Someone knew I was asking questions, and the whispers from the graves were getting louder. I stared at the email on my screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Someone at the War Graves Commission knew I was digging into their secrets. But how much did they know about what was digging back? The whispers grew louder as night deepened, no longer the indistinct murmurs of before. They spoke with urgent clarity. "They're coming. They know. Tell our story." I printed every document I'd found.
evidence of the executions, the cover-up, the dishonor of Section 12, and secured them in a waterproof folder. As I switched off my computer, the wind picked up, rattling the cottage windows with unusual force. The weather forecast had mentioned a storm, but there was something unnatural about how quickly the dark clouds had gathered over Hollow Ridge.
Rain began to fall, first as scattered droplets, then in sheets that obscured my view of the cemetery. Thunder cracked overhead, but between its rumbles I heard something else, a sound like wet cloth being dragged across stone, multiplied a dozen times over.
My phone buzzed. Unknown number. "Mr. Bennett?" A clipped official voice. "Colonel Hargreaves from the Ministry of Defense. We've noticed some unusual access to sensitive historical records. I'm on my way to discuss this matter with you personally." "The storm's bad," I said, watching water cascade down the windows. "Roads will be flooded soon. We'll manage." The line went dead. Lightning illuminated the cemetery, and I dropped the phone. They stood in perfect formation, dozens of them, soldiers in muddy World War I uniforms, their ghostly forms partially transparent in the rain. They weren't approaching the cottage. They were simply waiting, standing at attention, their hollow eyes fixed on my window. I recognized the three who had spoken to me before. They stood at the front, their expressions not of menace, but of desperate hope. Behind them, more figures emerged from the ground. 7, then 10, then more. Some wore tattered uniforms. Others appeared as they must have at the moment of execution, blindfolded, hands bound. The wind howled, but the spectral soldiers remained perfectly still, raindrops passing through their translucent forms. The pressure of their collective sorrow pressed against my mind like a physical weight. I understood then. They weren't haunting me. They were entrusting me. I was their last chance for the truth to be known, for justice after a century of silence. My phone still showed signal. One call to a journalist I knew from my service days, one who wouldn't be afraid to publish this story, and the truth would be out. The executions, the cover-up, the desecration of moving these men to unmarked graves, all of it exposed. But I knew what would follow: official denials, character assassination. They'd paint me as a delusional veteran, destroy whatever credibility I had. The evidence would disappear just like these men had twice now. Lightning flashed again. Through the curtain of rain, I could see headlights in the distance struggling up the flooded access road. Colonel Hargreaves coming to ensure my silence. I looked back at the soldiers. They hadn't moved, but their eyes held me, pleaded with me. The dead had kept their silent vigil for over a century. Now they needed a living guardian for their truth. My finger hovered over the call button, the journalist's number displayed on the screen. Outside, both the dead and the living were closing in, waiting for my decision. The fog had been relentless for 8 straight days. It clung to Fort Blackridge like a burial shroud, turning the crumbling concrete fortifications into looming specters that appeared and vanished with each shift of the mist. I'd been on site for nearly 3 weeks, and this was the worst weather yet. Perfect for my research, terrible for my mood. My boots squelched through the muddy path as I made my final rounds. The rhythmic crash of waves against the cliffs below drummed in my ears. I pulled my collar tighter, more out of habit than any real protection against the damp chill that had long ago seeped into my bones. "Just one more section," I muttered to myself, my voice swallowed by the fog. Finally, the Department of Defense had given me permission to examine the collapsed eastern bunker, the last part of the fort I hadn't explored. It might hold something useful for my book. The cave-in had created a narrow opening barely wide enough for my shoulders. I clicked on my headlamp and squeezed through, gritting my teeth as cold concrete scraped against my jacket. The air inside hung thick with decades of undisturbed decay. My light caught something in the far corner that made me freeze. Unlike the rusted junk I'd catalogued all over the fort, this thing looked almost untouched by time. I crept closer, stepping around debris. "No way," I breathed, crouching down. A Marconi Type 52 trench radio sat nestled against the wall, sheltered under a concrete overhang. You see these in museums sometimes, but finding one still in place, left behind in a forgotten bunker, that wasn't just rare, it was gold. I snapped photos from every angle before tucking it carefully into my bag. The university would want it for their collection, but I needed to study it first. This could anchor my whole chapter on communication systems. Back in my research trailer, I shoved aside tools to clear space. The ancient radio looked ghostly among my gear. Laptop, digital recorder, bright LED lamp. Hours slid by as I cleaned it gently, exposing manufacturer stamps and serial numbers. Preservation this perfect felt unnatural. Even some wiring seemed intact. On impulse, I hooked it to power using modified cables, expecting silence. These things ran on rotted-out battery packs. A low hum vibrated through my trailer, followed by crackling static. I twisted the knobs. The white noise was almost soothing in this lonely peninsula. Then something else, hidden in the static, barely there. Voices, broken, warped words in clipped military cadence. Position, unable to. Heavy fire. I leaned in, nudging the frequency dial. The voice vanished, then stabbed back stronger. Requesting coordinates. Lost contact with C Company. I jerked back. My pulse beat in my throat. Had to be modern chatter, radio buffs screwing around, or a signal bouncing off the ionosphere. Anything else was impossible to swallow. Still, my hands trembled as I fumbled for my recorder. Whether it was freak weather or kids fooling around, it needed documenting. The static roared. A voice cut through, sharp as a razor. "Is anyone receiving? This is Fort Blackridge Command." I dropped the recorder. By the time I snatched it up, only white noise hissed back. Outside, the fog pressed against my windows like frozen breath. The chill crawling down my spine had nothing to do with autumn. I stared at the radio, my fingers hovering above the dials. The voice had been clear, impossibly clear. Not that wavering, distant quality you'd expect from some random signal bounce, but crisp, like it came from just outside my trailer. "Hello?" I said, feeling a little silly. "This is Samuel Hargrove, historian. Who am I speaking with?" Only static answered me. I nudged the frequency knob slightly, searching for that voice again, but found nothing but electrical noise. After 20 minutes of useless tuning, I switched off the radio and went to bed. Sleep didn't come.
Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice, Fort Blackridge Command, a name that hadn't existed for over 100 years. By morning, I'd talked myself into believing it was some local radio nut playing with old equipment, maybe even targeting me after hearing about my research. An elaborate prank. That had to be it, yet I couldn't get it out of my head. My actual research, the book on coastal fortifications that brought me here, lay forgotten on my desk. I spent the whole next day carefully cleaning the Marconi, gently removing decades of grime with small brushes and cotton swabs. The craftsmanship was incredible. Heavy brass fittings, hand-soldered connections, vacuum tubes that somehow survived a century hidden away. I photographed every part, every serial number. That evening I turned the radio on again. For hours, nothing but static. Then, just as I was about to quit, it broke through. Pieces of transmission, clearer than before. Heavy casualties in Sector 4. Static. Captain Finch needs help now. Static. Gas masks giving out. I scrambled for my phone, desperate to record this. But the moment I pressed record, the voices faded. I tried again and again, but each time I got nothing but white noise. The military historian in me recognized the terms. Gas masks, World War I. It fit perfectly with the time Fort Blackridge was active. Sleep was a lost cause. I drove into town the next morning and spent hours at the County Historical Society. The elderly lady working there seemed puzzled by what I was asking about. C Company, she repeated, pushing her glasses up. Now that's an unusual request. Most folks want to know about the big guns or the old lighthouse. She disappeared into the back rooms, returning with the thin folder. This is all we have. It's not a pleasant story. The file held newspaper clippings, a few old army papers, and a faded photograph of young men in uniform. According to the old reports, C Company was a training unit stationed at Fort Blackridge in the winter of 1917. During a night exercise in thick fog, all 47 men vanished. The official report said they got caught by the tide while moving along the beach. No bodies were ever found. Some locals said they heard screaming that night, the archivist added quietly. Not drowning screams, like they were under attack. That night I sat in front of the radio with the photo of C Company propped against the lamp. Their faces stared back at me, young, serious, alive. I powered up the Marconi. The voices started immediately, louder and stronger. Gas! Gas in the trench! A terrified shout followed by awful coughing. Jenkins is down. Where are the reinforcements? Where is Captain Finch? I leaned forward, my heart hammering. Hello? This is Samuel Hargrove. Who is speaking? The transmission kept going like I hadn't spoken. The same desperate words, the same fear, repeating in a loop. I realized I was listening to something stuck in time, a moment of pure terror playing over and over. It was past. I couldn't turn it off. The fog outside got thicker, pressing against my windows like searching fingers. The voices kept cycling through their loop of panic again and again. Until suddenly they stopped. The static cleared. A single voice, different from the others, calm, controlled but urgent, broke the pattern. Who is on this frequency? It paused, like it was listening. I can hear you breathing. Who is on this frequency?
This voice wasn't part of the loop, it was answering me. I froze, mouth dry, staring at the Marconi radio on my desk. The voice had broken the pattern. It wasn't part of the recorded loop of dying men I'd been listening to for days. It was responding to me here and now. "I know you're there," the voice continued, cutting through the static with unexpected clarity. "Identify yourself, operator." Raced through rational explanations. A prankster with a shortwave radio? Some military exercise I hadn't been told about? But deep down I knew none of those explanations fit what was happening. "My name is Samuel Hargrove," I finally replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm a historian doing research at Fort Blackridge." The radio hissed with static for several long seconds before the voice returned. "Historian? What unit designation is that? Provide your proper call sign, soldier." "I'm not a soldier," I explained, leaning closer to the ancient device. "I'm a civilian researcher from—" I hesitated, suddenly aware of how crazy my situation was. How do you tell someone from 1917 that you're speaking from over a century in their future? The transmission cut off abruptly, returning to the familiar loop of distress calls about gas attacks and lost men. I spent hours trying to get through again, but by early morning exhaustion won, and I collapsed into a fitful sleep at my desk. I awoke to whispers. Urgent, hushed voices speaking just too low to understand. I jolted upright, expecting to see the radio on, but its power light was dark. The whispers continued, seeming to come from the walls themselves. "Hello?" I called out, looking around my cramped trailer. The whispers stopped instantly. Outside, fog pressed thick against my windows, so dense I couldn't see more than a few yards. When I went back to my desk, I caught a whiff of something that didn't belong. Damp earth and antiseptic, the sharp smell of a World War I field hospital. I needed proof. Setting up my digital recorder beside the radio, I powered the Marconi up and waited through the static until a clear distress call cut through. "Gas in the trench. Pull back to secondary position." After recording for several minutes, I played it back. Nothing but empty static hissed from the speakers. I tried again with my phone's voice recorder. Same result. Video recording showed only a silent radio with its power light glowing. The voices that were so clear to my ears didn't show up on any device. That afternoon, I called Dr. Eleanor Wright, a colleague who specializes in old communications tech. "You found a working Marconi Type 52? She asked, clearly impressed. "That's museum-worthy, Sam." "It's doing more than working," I explained, pacing the narrow space in my trailer. "I'm hearing transmissions, actual military communications from 1917. A pause. "You mean like an old recording?" "No, like live communications. They're answering me, Eleanor. They asked who I was." Another longer pause. "Have you been sleeping? These solo research trips can really mess with your head when you're isolated." "I'm not imagining things," I snapped, immediately regretting my tone. "Sorry. It's just, you have to hear it yourself." "Put your phone right up next to the radio. Let me listen." I did what she said, holding the phone close as one of the desperate calls played. "Can you hear it?" I asked, hoping she could. "I hear static," Eleanor replied carefully. "Just static. Sam, I'm worried about—" I hung up, A sharp feeling of being totally alone closed in around me. No one would believe what was happening. No one else could hear what I heard. That night, the smell got worse. Damp wool uniforms, mud, and medicinal ether filled my trailer even with all the windows shut. When I turned the radio on, the pattern changed again. Fort Blackridge, command to Hargrove, do you read? Repeat, this is Fort Blackridge, command to callsign Hargrove. They were using my name like a military call sign now. My heart slammed against my ribs. This is Hargrove, I responded, playing along. Hargrove, we need your coordinates. Where are you positioned? C Company is isolated, requesting urgent assistance. I'm at the research trailer outside the main fort area, I answered. Static hissed back. Then, unknown position. Are you west of Bunker 7? We've lost contact with our scouts. Movement outside my window caught my eye. Through the thick fog, a dark shape stood perfectly still. The clear outline of a World War I soldier with a flat helmet and rifle. When I blinked, it vanished. But the whispers remained, louder now, seeming to come from just outside the thin walls of my trailer. And underneath them, the soft, deliberate tap, tap, tap of footsteps walking slowly around my temporary home. The radio crackled to life once more. Hargrove, we can find you. Just keep talking. We're coming to your position. I shut the radio off in a panic, but it made no difference. For the first time, the voices didn't stop. They came from all around me in the dark. We hear you breathing, Hargrove. We're coming to find you. I pressed myself against the far wall of my trailer, hand still trembling on the radio's power switch. The voices didn't fade. They multiplied, becoming a chorus of desperate whispers that seemed to seep through the walls. They were no longer coming from the Marconi. They were everywhere. Please, I whispered, my academic detachment long abandoned. I don't understand what you want. The whispers stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was worse than the voices, a vacuum of anticipation that made my ears ring. Then, cutting through that silence, came a single voice through the radio, despite it being powered off. This voice was different, clear, authoritative, carrying the unmistakable tone of command. Lieutenant Hargrove, this is Captain Alistair Finch, C Company. Confirm reception of transmission, over. My throat went dry. I'd read that name in the archives. Captain Alistair Finch, commanding officer of C Company, one of the 47 men who vanished in 1917. I'm not... I began, but some instinct made me stop. Reception confirmed, I heard myself say. Good man, we've been trying to raise command for hours. His voice carried the crisp accent of East Coast Military Academy. Our field equipment is malfunctioning. The men are disoriented. We've taken casualties. I moved slowly back to the radio, drawn by the calm certainty in his voice. Captain Finch, I'm not who you think I am. There was a pause, then, Nonsense. You're manning the command post radio. We can hear you clearly now. Outside, the fog pressed against my windows, thicker than I'd ever seen it. Within its swirling depths, I could almost make out figures moving. We're pinned down in the eastern training trenches, Finch continued. Artillery has cut off our retreat path. A crash of waves against the cliffs punctuated his words, so similar to distant shell fire that I shuddered. The gas is the worst of it, he added, his voice dropping. It rolls in with the tide. Men can't see their hands in front of their faces. They wander off and we don't find them again. I stared at the fog outside. Gas? He was describing the fog. "Captain," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "What do you need me to do?" "Signal flares. We need signal flares from Bunker 7. Fire them from the main parapet. Guide us back to you." Bunker 7. I felt found the radio. "The eastern bunker collapsed," I said. "I don't think—" "It's intact on our maps," Finch cut in sharply. "Check again, Lieutenant. The men are counting on you." I pulled out the historical map of Fort Blackridge I'd been using for my research. Bunker 7 was indeed marked clearly, a supply cache near the eastern command post. "I'll try," I said, not knowing what else to say. "Good man." Relief colored his voice. "We'll hold position until we see your signal. Make it fast, Hargrove. The fog is getting thicker." The radio fell silent, but I could still feel them waiting, 47 men trapped in whatever nightmare had ensnared them. I found myself reaching for my coat and flashlight. What was I doing? These were echoes, impressions of men long dead, not real, not here. Yet as I looked outside at the fog engulfing Fort Blackridge, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever separated 1917 from now had grown dangerously thin. These men were lost, frightened, dying, and somehow, impossibly, they had found me. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected. My laptop showed no internet connection. I was alone with this decision. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was madness, that I was experiencing a psychotic break triggered by isolation and obsession. But another part, the part that had heard the desperation in those voices, that had smelled the antiseptic and mud, wondered, what if I really was their only hope? I gathered my equipment, flashlight, compass, the fort's map. As I stepped toward the door, the radio crackled once more. "We're waiting, Hargrove," Captain Finch said quietly. "We can hold out a bit longer, but only a bit." I opened my trailer door to the wall of fog beyond and took my first step into the void. The fog swallowed me whole. 10 steps from my trailer, the world behind me vanished. I clutched the radio to my chest with one hand, the modern flare gun tight in the other. "Hargrove, report position!" Captain Finch's voice cut through the static, oddly clear this time. "Heading to Bunker 7, I replied, my voice trembling. The compass in my pocket pulled me east, back toward where I'd first found the radio. Moving through the fort's crumbling paths, the distant crash of waves twisted into something else, the deep thump, thump of artillery falling. Each earth-shaking boom made my body flinch, forcing me into a crouch. "Heavy shelling hitting our position," a shrill voice yelled over the radio. "Medic! We need a medic over here!" My foot caught on something soft. I looked down into the swirling mist and saw a boot attached to a leg, attached to a figure sprawled face down in thick, dark mud that hadn't been there a moment ago. I jerked back hard. When I looked again, there was only cracked concrete. Fort Blackridge was rewriting itself around me. Crumbling concrete walls seemed to knit whole. Then the smell hit me like a punch. Wet wool, heavy explosive powder, and the sharp metal tang of fresh blood. The unmistakable stink of trenches, just as I'd read in hundreds of accounts. The path to the parapet stretched ahead, no longer overgrown but hard-packed mud, walls rising on either side, reinforced by sandbags. Through shifting gaps in the fog, I caught flashes of men in uniforms, their expressions tight with terror.
When I finally reached the highest point of the fort, I raised the flare gun. My hands shook. The fog tore apart for an instant. I looked down not on ruins, but on a living military camp. Soldiers ran, frantic. Medics dragged broken bodies into cover. I pulled the trigger. The flare shot skyward. Red phosphorus exploded overhead, painting the scene below in a hellish, bloody light. There they were, Captain Finch's Sea Company. 47 souls, caught somewhere beyond life and death, their faces lifting towards the light with a desperate, terrible hope.
The radio crackled with a final transmission.
"Signal spotted,"
Captain Finch declared, relief heavy in his voice. "We're coming to you, operator. Hold fast."
The fog thickened violently, drawing together into pale, grasping shapes closing in from everywhere. Hands reached out, dozens of ghostly hands. I couldn't see them clearly, yet I felt their bone-deep chill on my skin. "Thank you, Hargrove." A chorus of whispers swirled, surrounding me. "You've brought us home." I didn't fight them as they closed in. Fort Blackridge wasn't a place of simple accidents. It had been ground zero for something that ripped a wound straight through time.
The ghostly hands pulled me into their embrace. A strange peace washed over me. The radio slipped from my numb fingers. The fog sealed shut around me, thick and final. I became just another name lost to the forgotten history of Fort Blackridge.
My watch ran backwards again, third time this week. 6 months stationed in the Chernihiv temporal exclusion zone, and I still couldn't get used to seeing time stutter around me like a broken film reel. The temporal radiation here turned everything wrong. Copper pennies tasted sweet. Static electricity made my hair stand on end even inside my helmet, and shadows moved independently of their sources. I adjusted my equipment harness and checked the diagnostic panel on the temporal anchor for the third time. The faint blue glow from its display cast ghoulish shadows across my hands.
Standard procedure. Verify primary calibration. Check temporal stabilization matrices. Document any variance. The routine ought to be automatic by now, but in the temporal exclusion zone, running on autopilot got people killed, or worse.
"Specialist Hale, report status." Commander Peterson's voice crackled through my comm unit, warped by the background temporal radiation soaking everything here. "Anchor Delta 7 is nominal, sir. Just finishing the Level 3 diagnostic now." My voice sounded hollow in the perpetual twilight. I didn't mention how the constant background hum seemed louder, vibrating right through my molars. Some things weren't worth bringing up. I turned back to the anchor, a 4-foot titanium spike sunk into the cracked concrete at the edge of forward operating base Kestrel. This machine was our lifeline. It punched a hole of stable time and space around our base. Without it, we'd be wide open to wormhole instability, reality itself bending around us until we got smeared across 10 different points in time. I'd seen the declassified photos from the early days. Nobody wanted to die like that.
The diagnostic was almost done when it happened. The air around me turned thick, like swimming through honey. That shimmering ripple we all knew, a temporal distortion, spread out from the anchor. The background hum shot up to a harsh scream.
"Shit!"
I hissed, fingers flying over the controls. "Not now, not on my watch." Then I saw him, standing maybe 20 yards ahead in the rubble of an old office building, a man in TRICOM uniform, thin and worn out. For a split second, I thought it was Ramirez from 3rd Squad, but then he turned, and I saw his face. My face. Older, beaten down, eyes filled with too much grief. He looked straight at me, his mouth moving, shaping a single word I couldn't catch. Before I could even react, the air snapped back to normal. The figure vanished, leaving just the endless twilight and broken buildings. My heart hammered against my ribs. Seeing echoes from other timelines, temporal ghosts, wasn't unusual in the zone. Harmless, but they didn't usually wear your face or try to talk to you. Hale? You still tracking? Peterson's voice cut in, impatient. I swallowed hard. Yes, sir. Minor power flicker in the anchor. It's steady now. Document it and report back. Science team wants these readings yesterday. Copy that. I disconnected and stared at the empty space where the other me had stood. 6 more months until my tour ended. 6 months until I was clear of this twisted place. I packed my gear step by step, trying to convince myself it was nothing, just stress and tired eyes playing tricks, a common ghost, meaningless. But as I walked back to the base, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ghostly version of me hadn't been an echo. It felt like a warning. 3 days passed with no new time distortions. 3 days of routine maintenance, weapons drills, and trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was nothing but a trick of stress. The metallic bite of the air, that twilight sky that never seemed to change. This place messed with everyone sooner or later. Some guys saw a dead family. Others heard voices whispering from empty rooms. Me? I just happened to see myself. But that desperate look on his face stayed with me. Specialist Hale, Commander Peterson's voice scratched over the comms during morning briefing. Your squad is assigned to Sector Delta today. Intel reports signs of a stable transit point forming in the old subway tunnels. Your mission is to secure the area and prepare it for anchor deployment. Yes, sir, I answered sharply. Lieutenant Rivera handed out the mission details on personal data tablets. Just 6 hours from now, we'd be heading into the gutted remains of Chernihiv's subway system, tunnels already unsafe before the time distortions twisted them further. This is top priority, Peterson pressed. First stable transit point we've found in almost 3 weeks. Command wants it locked down yesterday. As the briefing ended, I kept staring at the layout of Sector Delta. Something about those tunnels sent chills down my spine. I tried to focus on prepping my gear, checking my temporal radiation badge like clockwork, double-checking the calibration on my anchor monitoring equipment. The shimmer happened suddenly. 1 second I was alone in the bay. The next, the air rippled like heat waves over scorched sand. That metallic taste in my mouth turned thick, almost like blood. And he was there, 10 feet away, more solid this time. It was me, but not me. His face was hollow, eyes sunken way beyond his years, far older than he should be after just 3 more years downrange. His uniform had the same TRICOM patches as mine, only filthy and faded. What stopped me cold was his left arm. The sleeve was pinned neat and flat against his shoulder. Nothing there. This ghost me locked his haunted eyes on mine, burning with pure need. His lips formed 2 distinct words. The floor. Then the air snapped back to normal, and he vanished. I stood there trembling, the gear in my hands forgotten. Not a ghost, not a hallucination. This was something else. Hale, looked like you just saw a temporal ghost, Rivera joked, walking in. "Everything working?" "Yes, sir," I managed, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. "Just running a final equipment check." 4 hours later, our squad pushed through the rubble of Chernihiv's eastern district. The entrance to the subway gaped before us, a broken jaw of concrete. "Standard formation," Rivera ordered as we climbed down. "Hale, take the lead with the sensor readings." Inside, the tunnels were worse than the brief described. Metal supports bent in crazy shapes. Wall tiles warped into twisty loops. My gear showed rising temporal radiation the deeper we went. "Sir!" I called out as we neared the junction where the main platform should be. "Recommend we take the service corridor, not the main tunnel." Rivera frowned. "That wasn't the planned route." "The floor," I heard myself say, echoing the warning from my own future. "Getting unstable readings. Main platform feels weak." Rivera studied my face carefully. "Peterson, this is Rivera. Hale suggesting we change routes." Static hissed before Peterson came back. "Why?" "Structure's shaky, sir." Another pause hung in the air. "If he's sure, proceed slowly." We squeezed into the narrow service corridor, the squad muttering about the tight fit. We were barely past the junction when a deep, groaning sound rolled through the tunnels. It built fast into a thunderous crack that shook dust from the ceiling. When we carefully looked back, the main platform was gone. It had dropped into a swirling midnight black pit that pulsed like a beating heart. "Jesus," whispered Corporal Malik. Rivera stared straight at me, his face unreadable. "How did you know?" I couldn't tell him. How could I explain my own future self, missing an arm, gave me the heads up? How I'd sidestepped the disaster that cost him that limb? "Instinct, sir," I finally said. "Didn't trust those readings." As we moved on, securing the transit point deeper in the service tunnel, one thought kept buzzing in my head like a trapped fly. If I changed that, what else can I change? And worse, what horrors are still coming for me that I didn't manage to dodge? The day after the subway incident, Commander Peterson called me into his office. The narrow prefab structure hummed with the sound of overworked air filters struggling against the TEZ's contamination. The metallic taste in my mouth got stronger as I stepped inside, something the science team claimed was all in my head, but we all knew better. "Specialist Hale," Peterson said, his weathered face breaking into a rare smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Your quick thinking saved lives yesterday. That's the kind of gut reaction we need on the ground." He slid a commendation across his desk. The paper felt unnaturally heavy in my hand, almost out of place. "Thank you, sir," I replied, the words sounding flat even to me. Leaving his office, the praise that should have made me feel something only dug the hole in my gut deeper. I'd dodged one bullet, but what about the others? What horrors were still waiting for me in this chunk of twisted reality? Over the next few days, I found myself buried in the anchor schematics whenever I could get a spare minute. My hands shook as I went over the diagrams, leaving sweat marks on my data pad. There had to be a link between the weirdness and the warnings. The anchors were meant to hold time stable, but what if they were doing something else? Sleep became something I couldn't catch. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw that one-armed version of me, his face set with that desperate urgency. The floor. 2 words. They'd saved us. But why me? Why was I seeing these broken copies of myself? A week after the subway job, I was sitting on my bunk, staring out the small, grimy barracks window. The zone's constant twilight turned everything a sickly blue. The humming noise that never left this place seemed to beat with my pulse. That's when I spotted him, not outside, but in the reflection on the glass. This version of me was ancient. His face was a mess of scars that mangled my features into something I could barely recognize. His right eye was nothing but a milky white ruin, blind, but still locked on me. The left arm was gone, just like the last one, and now his right leg was missing below the knee, replaced by a rough military prosthetic that looked stuck to the flesh. The ruin was so bad it was hard to see myself in him. He didn't move closer, just stood there, swaying a bit like he'd been holding the position way too long.
Peterson's ambition, he wheezed, his voice like rusted metal scraping. He'll leave you.
Then he was gone. The reflection showed only my own horrified face, pale and sweating, a thin line of blood leaking from my nose. The body's way of reacting when time gets too close, according to the briefing packets. The next morning I found myself watching Commander Peterson differently, not with respect, not even with fear, with a suspicious, calculating stare that felt wrong for a soldier. My hand brushed the sidearm at my hip every time he got near. During the morning briefing, I noticed how his eyes kept drifting to Dr. Eris Thorne, the civilian scientist with our unit. Dr. Thorne was usually around but quiet. Her job was biotemporal feedback, whatever that meant. She tracked what being near the anchors did to us, watching us all with those cool, detached eyes behind her wire glasses. After the briefing wrapped, Peterson and Thorne stayed, heads pulled together. I pretended to check my data pad, straining to catch bits of their talk.
The feedback loops are getting stronger, Thorne said, her voice flat but eager. Subject Hale shows special reactions to the temporal energy. It's unheard of. Time frame? Peterson asked. Soon, she answered. Very soon. The coming job might just trigger it. They spotted me then. Peterson's face went hard. Something you need, specialist? He asked, his tone telling me I was interrupting. No, sir, I answered, standing a little straighter. Just double-checking my assignments. As I walked off, I felt their gaze on my back like a physical weight. What did that vision mean? How would Peterson leave me? To die? To something worse than death? For the first time since signing up with TRICOM, I felt like the last man breathing. I couldn't report the visions. They'd yank me off duty, maybe worse. I couldn't trust my commander, and the one thing trying to warn me about the storm coming was a broken, future version of myself, only showing up when time slipped. A cold truth settled deep in my bones. Whatever was headed for me, I'd be facing it alone. The summons to Commander Peterson's office came 3 days after I overheard his conversation with Dr. Thorne. 3 days watching my back, double-checking my gear, sleeping with one eye open. 3 days wondering which ruined version of me would show up next and what new horror would be carved into my future body. Specialist Hale, Peterson announced as I walked in. His voice had that fake friendliness that never touched his cold eyes. Your performance in the subway has been noticed. We have something special lined up for you. Dr. Thorne stood like a coiled spring in the corner, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me want to crawl out of my skin. Operation Fulcrum, Peterson continued, pushing a data pad across the desk. It's a solo mission. We need our best anchor tech on this one. The mission brief gave only the bare details. A new wormhole cluster forming in the ruins of Chernihiv Cathedral. Wild, unstable time fluxes. My job, deploy a new test anchor unit called the XTA-7. "This could change everything," Thorne said, stepping closer fast. Her voice vibrated with excitement. "The XTA-7 doesn't just steady the local time field, it's meant to create a resonance wave that could calm the entire conflict zone." Her cold thrill turned my stomach ice. The schematics showed an anchor like nothing I'd ever seen, twisted, snake-like, almost alive. The energy readings at the core are off the charts. Her fingers twitched in the air like she was touching the wormhole itself. "This is the convergence point we've needed." Peterson gave a sharp nod. "Deployment at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Get some rest, Specialist. Big day." As I was dismissed, I caught the look that passed between them. Not how officers look at a soldier they're sending out, how scientists look at a rat in a maze. Back in my quarters, I studied the XTA-7 plans until my vision blurred. The tech went way beyond my training. Circuits curling back on themselves like impossible knots. Energy collectors with no clear outlets. Systems designed for what? Where did all that swallowed-up time energy even go? I slept in jagged pieces. Just past 2 in the morning, a sound ripped me awake. My comm unit, not an alert chime. Breathing, wet, choking gasps raised every hair on my neck. In the blackest corner of my room, something slumped against the wall. I knew who it was without the light. The leftovers of me. This wasn't injured, or just maimed. This was barely human. The shrunken chest jerked with fits. Where arms and legs should be, see-through cables pulsed with sickly light. Stretched over bone like damp paper, the skin was gray as ash. Deep inside sunken pits, eyes flickered, tiny sparks going out. My future self didn't speak, couldn't. The jaw hung loose and wrong, shadows sucking at the throat. What passed for a hand slowly rose. A broken finger shook, pointing at the XTA-7 schematics, still glowing on my datapad. Then the thought slammed home, not through my ears, straight into my mind, a whisper from the inside of my own skull. The anchor doesn't steady time, it eats time. You are its fuel. This is why you were sent. Those corpse anchor eyes burned into mine. A heavier thought followed. They've done this before. They'll do it again. You're no soldier. Not if you follow these orders. You're a prize sacrifice. The vision shuddered like a bad signal, folded inwards into nothing. Just my dark room and the thudding drum of my heart. Morning would come in 4 hours. In 4 hours, I had to decide whether to deploy an anchor that wouldn't save a soul. An anchor built to feed on me and the time around me. An anchor that would leave me the broken thing in the corner. I stared at my watch. 3 hours and 52 minutes until deployment. Sleep was impossible. The barracks felt like a tomb. Every creak in the prefab walls made me flinch, expecting another twisted version of myself to crawl out of the shadows. I packed my gear methodically, muscle memory taking over while my mind ran through worst-case scenarios. At 5:30 in the morning, I reported to the equipment bay. Dr. Thorne stood beside the XTA-7, her eyes gleaming with an enthusiasm that felt predatory now. "Specialist Hale," she said, stroking the device's snake-like surface. "This changes everything. You know what's riding on this, right?" I nodded,
my throat tight. The XTA-7 hummed softly, almost purring under her hand. It wasn't tech. It was a parasite. Peterson marched in, clipboard in hand. "Final update, Specialist. Targets programmed. Get to the site, start the sequence, and hold your position until time stabilizes." Hold position until it eats me, I thought. "Questions?" Peterson asked, all business. I forced myself to look him in the eye. "No, sir. Understood." The cathedral ruin sat 8 kilometers from base. As I drove the transport with the XTA-7 chained in back, dawn bled through the exclusion zone's haze, a sick gray light that didn't chase away the shadows. I parked and hauled the device into the cathedral's broken heart. The wormhole churned overhead, a vortex that made the air ripple like pavement on a scorching day. Crumbling arches seemed to swell and shrink at the edge of my sight. I set the XTA-7 down and triggered its startup. Panels hissed open, snake-like arms reaching for the nexus. My comm unit crackled to life. "Give me a sit rep, Specialist," Peterson's voice demanded. I stared at my hands, solid, unmarked, still mine. I remembered the subway collapse, Peterson's hunger for glory, the hollowed-out thing that used to be me, pinned in the corner of my room. The XTA-7 primed itself, waiting for my code and thumbprint. Peterson's voice jabbed at me again, sharper. "Hale, report, now." I watched the swirling vortex, then the machine. For the first time in 6 years of service, I saw a real choice in front of me. "Specialist Hale, confirm activation. Deploy the anchor immediately. That's a direct order." I grabbed my comm and killed the feed mid-word. The quiet that followed was almost peaceful. The experimental anchor pulsed, starving. I could feel its hunger. I stepped backward. Once. Twice. Every survival instinct screamed that walking into that vortex meant death. But the husk I'd seen in my quarters, that was worse. I turned my back on the XTA-7 and walked toward the maelstrom. The air turned thin, reality stretching like cellophane ready to rip. Behind me, the anchor flashed angry red, searching for the meal it was owed. I stepped into the storm. The drill bit screamed as it chewed through the lunar surface of Tartarus 7, sending vibrations up through my boots. 12 kilometers beneath the surface, and we still hadn't found the cryptexium deposit that Nexus Corporation had spent billions to extract. The harsh white LED lights cast everything in a sterile glow, making even my crew's familiar faces look strange and alien. "Rourke, we've got those tremors again," Vasquez called from the monitoring station, her voice tight with frustration. "Third one today. It doesn't match any of our seismic models." I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling another headache coming on. The metallic taste of recycled air wasn't helping. "Tell me something new. What's going on?" "That's the problem," she said. "There shouldn't be a pattern. The frequency is increasing, but the intensity stays the same. It's like..." "Like what?" I snapped. "Like it's counting," she whispered. I'd spent 12 years as a United America's Coalition Marine Demolition Specialist before taking this contractor job. I knew rock. I understood how it broke, shifted, and behaved when you drilled through it. This wasn't normal, and we were already 2 weeks behind schedule. My retirement money depended on finishing this job. "Sir!" The drill operator's voice cracked over the communications system. "We've hit something! The pressure's dropping and—" "What in the world is that?" The main screen flickered to life, showing the drill head buried in a thick, golden, amber-like substance. This wasn't the crystalline cryptexium we'd been searching for, but something thick and distinctly organic-looking. "Bring up a sample," I ordered, my engineering curiosity overriding my growing unease. "Use full containment protocols." When they brought it to the surface lab, the amber material sat quietly in its sealed container, looking harmless but feeling wrong. It gave off a low hum that vibrated through my teeth and warmed the air around it by several degrees. The constant background noise of our life support system seemed to sync with it, creating a resonance that made my skin crawl. "What the hell is—" The floor suddenly lurched beneath us. This wasn't the grinding shift of tectonic plates, but a massive, sustained contraction that rippled through the entire base. Equipment crashed to the floor. Warning alarms blared, and for one terrible moment I wasn't standing on moon rock anymore. I was standing on something that had just flinched. The violent tremor subsided. Equipment lay scattered across the floor, alarm sirens wailed, and the emergency red lights pulsed everywhere. Through it all, the golden sample continued its soft, eerie humming. Harris, our project lead, burst through the door, his face pale and drawn. "Rourke, what in the world just happened?" "It wasn't a tremor, Harris," I said, struggling to find words that wouldn't sound crazy. "Not like any I've ever experienced. It was more like—" "Like what?" he pressed. "Like a muscle spasm." Harris's expression darkened. "Engineering says the same. We've got structural problems below. We need to check it out." 20 minutes later, we stood 12 kilometers beneath the surface. Tiny cracks spread across the walls like spider webs, branching out like veins under skin. From these cracks, a thin, glowing fluid seeped, collecting in small, luminous puddles. "Don't touch it," I warned as Harris leaned closer. "Smells like metal," he said, "and something else I can't quite place." Another tremor came, softer than before, but this one had a rhythm, a pulse. As it passed through us, the fluid in the cracks brightened momentarily, then dimmed. Up in the lab, I knew the golden sample would be pulsing in perfect sync. "Harris," I said, my voice unnaturally calm, "put your hand on the wall." He did. I watched his expression change from confusion to horror. The rock was warm, and when he pressed against it, it gave slightly like flesh. "That's not possible," he whispered. The overhead lights flickered and died. In the darkness, the glowing fluid intensified, bathing us in a sickly blue-green glow that throbbed with the now regular tremors. The corridor no longer looked like a mining tunnel. It looked like something alive. "We need to report this," Harris said, his face ghostly in the strange light. "Report what?" I asked. "That Tartarus 7 isn't a moon? That we've been drilling into something that's waking up?" Another pulse passed through the tunnel, stronger than before, and I heard it clearly this time, a distant, massive heartbeat echoing through the rock, or maybe not rock at all. Harris and I stood frozen in the dark tunnel as the sound echoed again, a massive, unmistakable heartbeat pulsing through what we'd thought was solid rock. The thick fluid seeping from the cracks moved in perfect time with the rhythm. "You feel it too," he whispered. Another heartbeat resonated through the tunnel, stronger this time. The walls seemed to squeeze slightly with each pulse. "We need to get to the surface," I said, "right now."
Harris didn't budge. Instead, he pressed his palm flat against the weeping wall. "It's warm, Rourke, like skin." He turned to me, a disturbing smile playing at his mouth. "We need to see more." Before I could argue, Harris was moving deeper into the tunnel toward the source of the heartbeat. I followed, my gut screaming at me to turn back. The tunnel widened as we went down. The steady pulses grew stronger, the glowing fluid more plentiful. Our footsteps made wet sounds on what should have been solid rock, but now felt unnervingly soft. "Harris, we need to tell the team up top," I called. "The team!" "I've been trying to radio them," he interrupted, tapping his communication device. "Nothing but static." His voice held no worry, only excitement. We rounded a bend and both stopped cold. The narrow passage had opened into a massive cavern. Huge, curved structures arched overhead and around us like giant ribs. Between them, dark, thin tissue stretched, shining with glowing fluid, and the sound, a low rhythmic thrum that I felt more than heard, vibrating through my entire body. "Look," Harris whispered, aiming his light toward what we'd been drilling for. The cryptexium deposits weren't mineral veins at all. They were crystal growths sprouting from massive dark organs that pulsed with each enormous heartbeat. Harris stepped forward, his face bathed in strange light. "Don't you see, Rourke? This isn't a disaster." His voice had taken on a reverent quality. "This is a privilege. We're witnessing something incredible." He turned to me, eyes unnaturally bright. "We need to go deeper. Find the heart." The communication device in my pocket crackled to life, but instead of voices, a wet, organic sound emerged, like fluid bubbling through tissue. Harris smiled at the noise. "They're already there," he said. "The others, they're seeing it too." Another heartbeat shook the cavern. Small crystal fragments broke off from the nearest organ and floated upward, as if gravity had stopped working. "What's happening to the base?" I demanded, backing away. Harris looked at me with pity. "The base? Rourke, there is no base anymore. There's only the body." He gestured around us. "And it's waking up." A violent shudder rocked the cavern. The tunnel behind us squeezed shut with a sickening muscle-like movement, sealing our exit. We weren't just trapped inside a moon. We were trapped inside something that was coming back to life. Another spasm, stronger than the first, sent us both tumbling to the ground. The entire cavern shuddered around us, the massive rib-like structures flexing and contracting like a massive chest drawing breath. A deep, resonant groan, like massive tectonic plates shifting, vibrated through my entire body. "It's waking up," I gasped, struggling to stand on the now undulating floor. "Harris, we need to get out." But Harris wasn't listening. He stood completely transfixed, staring upward at the pulsating organs with an expression of rapturous awe. "Don't you see, Rourke?" His voice had changed, taking on a reverent quality that chilled me more than the closing tunnel. "We're witnessing a rebirth, a god returning." "It's not a god, it's just a giant organism," I argued, but my words felt hollow even to me. What the hell did I know? I was a demolition specialist, not a scientist. A tremor, unlike anything before, ripped through the chamber. This wasn't just a spasm. It was a full-body convulsion. The floor beneath us split, a gaping fissure separating me from Harris as the walls around us contracted. The mining shafts and corridors we'd carved were being reshaped, absorbed, and reconfigured by living tissue.
From across the widening gap, Harris shouted to the handful of crew members who had followed us down. "We need to go deeper! Find the heart!" To my horror, several nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated by the sickening bioluminescence, their eyes reflecting the same fanatical gleam as Harris's. "You're crazy," I yelled back. "The only way out is up." Harris smiled, a terrible calm settling over his features. "There is no out anymore, Rourke. Only in." He turned away, leading his converts deeper into the entity's anatomy. I was alone now. Survivor mode kicked in, my old military training taking over. Assess, adapt, advance. The path back to the upper levels would be my only chance. The corridors I navigated weren't corridors anymore. What had been angular mining tunnels now contracted and expanded like arteries, the walls slick with a mucus-like secretion that seemed to pulsate with faint electrical currents. Each step felt like treading on warm, yielding flesh. The familiar hum of machinery was gone, replaced by sounds no human ear was meant to process. Liquid rushing through massive vessels, the creak and stretch of awakening tissues, and something that resembled a distant, irregular heartbeat. A violent surge threw me against the wall, which yielded like muscle before hardening again, partially encasing my arm. I yanked it free, leaving skin behind, and staggered forward as the passage behind me constricted completely with a wet, organic sound. The only way was forward, upward if I could find an ascending path through this nightmare anatomy. Around a bend I found what had been an elevator shaft. Now it resembled an esophagus, periodically contracting with peristaltic waves. There was my way up. But as I approached, I saw movement in the shaft, not machinery, but something descending, something alive. The entity wasn't just waking up, it was generating defenders inside itself. I pressed myself against the wall as the creatures descended. They weren't human, not even close. Translucent, elongated forms glowed with an eerie, pulsing bioluminescence that lit the tunnels. They moved with purpose, sliding down the former elevator shaft with smooth, synchronized movements. I waited until they passed, then examined the shaft more carefully. The maintenance ladder remained, now half covered in a strange, living tissue. I had no other choice. I started climbing, my hands slipping on the organic coating that had formed over the metal. Three levels up, a violent contraction squeezed the shaft. I barely managed to jump through an opening as the tunnel behind me sealed shut with a wet, sucking sound. The new chamber I'd entered was different, spherical and vast, with a curved ceiling rising at least 30 meters above me. The walls weren't rock or even the fleshy substance I'd seen before. They were translucent, made of layered tissues that rhythmically adjusted themselves, like the inner workings of an enormous eye. Because that's exactly what it was. The realization hit me as the outer membrane began clearing, becoming transparent. Stars appeared through the tissue, but they were moving, trailing across my field of vision when they should have been stationary. The moon, the entity, was turning. A sickening vertigo overwhelmed me as I watched our research vessel and the small military fleet meant to protect our mining operation. They hung in space, completely unaware that they weren't orbiting a moon but were being observed by an awakened cosmic predator. The entire chamber adjusted, focusing like a pupil, zeroing in on the ships. I felt the change in the entity's awareness, a shift from an automatic waking process to something deliberate, purposeful, hungry.
I was nothing, less than a microbe trapped in the body of a god. My years of military training, my expertise, my survival instincts, all meaningless. I had escaped death in the tunnels only to bear witness to something far worse. The great eye blinked, and I knew humanity's cosmic insignificance was about to be demonstrated in the most horrific way possible. My GPS died 3 miles back. I navigated the final stretch of moorland road using my compass, which was more reliable anyway. As I crested the hill, Greymoor emerged through the autumn mist. Gray stone cottages with collapsed roofs. Empty windows stared like hollow eyes. A broken church spire pierced the low clouds. Cold dampness seeped through my jacket as I parked at the village's edge. I shouldered my pack, breathing in the scent of wet earth and crumbling stone. Something else lingered underneath, a faint metallic smell, like cold steel. 12 years in Special Forces had taught me to travel light. A voice recorder, thermal camera, 3 days of rations, and the research file on Greymoor's legend, a phantom battalion trapped in an endless training exercise from 1943. The kind of story that would give me purpose again. The old pub made perfect tactical sense, corner position with clear views down both streets. I cleared it carefully, room by room, just like I'd cleared buildings in Kandahar. The second floor became my base of operations, with equipment arranged with military precision. The familiarity of the routine calmed the restlessness that had haunted me since leaving the service. By dusk, I'd surveyed the entire village. The layout struck me as deliberate. Streets arranged for defensive positions, buildings placed to create interlocking areas of fire. The overgrown square centered around a weathered memorial, its inscription now worn away. The silence was complete. No birds, no traffic, not even wind, just my steady breathing and boots on gravel. My footsteps fell into the unconscious rhythm of a patrol, old habits settling into new terrain. Fog pooled in the village square as darkness fell. That's when I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. The back of my neck tingled, a feeling I'd learned never to ignore. I scanned roof lines and windows, seeing nothing but feeling eyes on me all the same. In my pub headquarters, I set motion sensors at the entryways and reviewed my notes by flashlight. The sound came suddenly, faint but clear through the open window. Boots on soft earth, a perfect rhythm of synchronized movement like a well-drilled unit on patrol. Then silence. An animal, perhaps, or an echo carried on the fog, but as I stared into the darkness, my hand instinctively reached for a sidearm that wasn't there. And I knew Greymoor wasn't empty. It was waiting for orders. I stayed motionless, straining my eyes against the darkness beyond the pub window. The feeling of being watched crawled across my skin like 1,000 invisible ants. Minutes passed, then an hour. I held my position, an old habit from countless reconnaissance missions where patience often meant survival. The clouds shifted, and weak moonlight spilled across Greymoor. The full moon had risen, though it remained partially hidden behind thick cloud cover. The soft light transformed the village, casting shadows that seemed to move on their own. I scanned the village square carefully, section by section, just as I'd been trained. That's when I saw them. They emerged from the fog not as ghostly figures, but as soldiers moving with clear purpose, a full company appearing suddenly at the edge of the square. My breath caught. Their uniforms were from World War II, but their military bearing was unmistakable. These were elite fighters. I counted 24 soldiers, arranged in 3 groups of 8. They moved in complete silence, not a single footstep audible despite their heavy boots on the stone street. Their rifles, Lee Enfield models I recognized, were carried with perfect uniformity. The squad leaders signaled, and the formation shifted into a defensive position, then again, transforming into an attack formation. I watched, completely absorbed, as they performed a series of complex tactical movements that matched my own training, but with variations I'd never seen before. What disturbed me most wasn't their ghostly nature or sudden appearance. It was their discipline. In my 12 years of service, I'd never witnessed such flawless execution, such perfect coordination. No elite unit I'd ever encountered moved with such mechanical precision. It was unnatural, almost like they were parts of a single machine rather than individual soldiers. The silence made everything feel more wrong. A drill this complex should produce sounds, commands, shuffling feet, equipment moving. Instead, there was nothing but the distant wind moaning through empty buildings. I analyzed their movements professionally, my special forces training kicking in. Something about their drill felt significant, purposeful. This wasn't a random ghostly replay. This was a demonstration for me. One figure, an officer, based on his posture, slowly turned until he faced me directly. Though I couldn't see his face through the fog, I felt his eyes lock onto mine. He raised his arm in a crisp salute. The entire company froze, then pivoted as one to face me, 24 blank faces, 24 pairs of eyes, empty but somehow aware. They were waiting. The realization hit me like a physical shock. They weren't just performing, they were recruiting. And God help me, as I stood there in the darkness, I felt my right arm twitch, ready to return their salute. I forced my arm down, fighting against years of muscle memory. The officer held his salute for one more agonizing moment, his empty gaze fixed on me, before dropping his arm with mechanical precision. As one, the company turned away and resumed their silent march, disappearing into the fog like ink dissolving in water. I stood frozen until the last silhouette vanished, then exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Dawn was breaking, pale light seeping through the fog, and with it came a desperate need to understand what I'd witnessed. When I reached the village square where they had performed their drill, the fog had thinned enough for me to see the ground clearly. Something caught the weak sunlight, a small brass object standing upright in the exact center of the square. Impossible, yet there it was, a .303 rifle cartridge balanced perfectly on its base. I knelt to examine it. The brass gleamed like it had been polished minutes ago, showing no corrosion or age. When I picked it up, the metal was unnaturally cold, as if it had been stored in ice. I rolled it between my fingers, military training automatically checking for head stamp markings, standard World War II British issue. This cartridge should have been green with corrosion after 80 years, not looking factory fresh. I pocketed it, straightening up to... I was standing by the stone church on the far side of the village. My watch showed 30 minutes had passed. I had no memory of walking here. The disorientation hit me like a wave, and I pressed my palm against the church's cold stone wall to steady myself. "Steady on, Sergeant," the voice came from beside my ear, crisp and clear, an English accent, using the clipped tones of a 1940s officer. I spun around, finding only empty air. "Maintain position, await further orders." This time, from behind me, I turned again, heart hammering. Nothing. "Beck, Sergeant First Class. Profile indicates suitable command experience." The whispers were not on the wind or echoes from the past.
They spoke directly to me, using my rank from the army, assessing me like a personnel file. Whatever haunted Greymore wasn't just replaying events. It was aware, adaptive, and had somehow accessed information about me. I pulled out my notebook, forcing my hands to stop shaking as I documented what was happening. The analytical part of my brain, the part that had kept me alive through 3 deployments, was failing me. The rules I understood didn't apply here. As I wrote, the cartridge in my pocket grew colder until it burned against my thigh like dry ice. The voice returned, now a chorus of whispers overlapping. The lieutenant fell. Command structure compromised. Mission parameters unchanged. Secure the bell tower. Signal the all clear. I looked up at the church's bell tower looming above me, its empty window like a dark, watching eye. Something inside me, the soldier I'd been trying to leave behind, stirred at the implied order. 12 years of conditioning doesn't disappear. It waits. "We need you to take command, Sergeant." For the first time since arriving in Greymore, I felt true fear, not of the spectral soldiers, but of the realization that I wasn't just an observer anymore. I was being selected, and worse, part of me wanted to accept. I stumbled back to my makeshift base in the old pub, the cartridge burning cold in my pocket like a small piece of ice. My hands shook as I spread my research materials across the warped wooden table. Local maps, historical records, and the few documents I'd managed to get from military archives. Sleep was not an option. Not with those voices still echoing in my mind. Not with the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. I dove into my research with the same intensity I once used for mission preparation, searching for anything about a unit that might have trained in Greymore. By 5 in the morning, my eyes were bloodshot, but I'd found it. Tucked in the margin of an old operations map was a designation: Pathfinder Company. An experimental unit formed in 1943, made up of carefully chosen men with exceptional night navigation skills. Their mission? Slip into enemy territory ahead of larger forces, secure strategic positions, and signal when it was safe to advance. According to the sparse records, the entire company vanished during a training exercise in these moors. 24 men, no bodies recovered. The official report blamed terrible weather conditions and navigation mistakes for their disappearance. I turned the map over and my breath caught. There, in faded pencil, someone had written an objective: secure the bell tower, signal the all clear. My eyes drifted to the window, where the church spire rose above the village, its bell tower dark against the morning sky. They weren't reliving a battle. They were stuck in a loop of a failed mission, endlessly trying to complete an objective they never reached. And now they needed someone new to lead them, to finally complete the task. "We need a commander." The whisper came not from outside, but directly beside my ear, as clear as if spoken by a living person. "The lieutenant fell. We require your experience, Sergeant First Class Beck." I jerked away, knocking over my chair. The voice knew my rank, my exact rank. "Your reconnaissance skills, your command experience, perfect for our needs." My throat tightened as I realized the truth. I wasn't here by accident. Something had drawn me specifically, a veteran with special operations training, someone who understood small unit tactics, someone conditioned to complete missions at all costs. "The objective remains," the voice continued, no longer a whisper but a firm, commanding tone. "Secure the bell tower, signal the all clear." To my horror, I felt myself nodding. 12 years of training, of never leaving a mission incomplete,
of pushing through regardless of the cost. It was all working against me now. I caught my reflection in the dusty mirror behind the bar. For a moment I saw myself in full battle dress, not my civilian clothes. The image flickered and vanished, but the message was clear. For days I pored over every scrap of information, barely eating, barely sleeping. The cartridge remained cold in my pocket, a constant reminder. As the moon waned and then began to wax again, I prepared myself. I knew what would happen when the full moon returned. Pathfinder Company would form again, ready to complete their eternal mission, and this time they would have a new commander. The full moon rose, obscured by the same dense fog that had shrouded Greymoor the previous night. I stood at the edge of the village square, my watch reading 11 at night. My breath caught as the first silhouettes emerged from the mist. This time they didn't form up in the square. They materialized around me. "Sergeant First Class Beck, your platoon awaits orders, sir." The voice came from a gaunt corporal at my right. His eyes, God, his eyes were empty pools that somehow still assessed me. 23 faces turned toward me, waiting. Their uniforms were immaculate, their weapons ready. They weren't ghosts observing me anymore. I was part of their formation. "I'm not your commander," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. Pain lanced through my temples. Resistance created feedback, like touching a live wire. The corporal's face remained impassive, but I felt disapproval radiating from him like cold waves. "Lieutenant Hargreaves fell. Chain of command is clear. Bell tower must be secured. Mission parameters unchanged." My training betrayed me. I felt my posture straighten, my mind automatically assessing the tactical situation. My mouth formed words I hadn't consciously chosen. "Second squad, establish perimeter. First squad with me." The relief was immediate, the psychic pressure easing as I slipped into command. We moved through the village, navigating phantom obstacles only they could see. My mind supplied the threats. Enemy positions, hidden wires, snipers lurking in windows. The tactical puzzle consumed me. When we reached the church, I knew the mission was nearly complete. Something in me screamed to run, but that voice grew fainter with each step up the bell tower stairs. At the top, moonlight illuminated the ancient bell and its frayed rope. Completion waited, just inches from my fingers. "Signal the all clear, Commander," the corporal urged. I reached for the rope, my identity dissolving like mist. Mission parameters clear. Unit cohesion restored. Pathfinder Company would be ready for tomorrow night's operation. Always ready, always waiting for the signal that would never truly release us. The desert air still held the day's heat as I pulled up to the guard shack, gravel crunching beneath the tires of my government vehicle. This was my first solo night shift at the aircraft boneyard, just me, thousands of decommissioned planes, and 13 long hours of darkness ahead. "Fuller, turn off your headlights!" Sergeant Reyes barked from the doorway of the rundown outpost. Even in the dim light, I could see the permanent scowl etched into his weathered face. "Yes, Sergeant," I replied, switching off the lights. The darkness felt immediate and absolute. The night sky opened up above us, stars impossibly bright without city lights. Reyes conducted the world's shortest shift change briefing while gathering his things. "Perimeter secure, no alerts on the sensors, radio check every hour with base security control." He paused at the door, then turned back like he'd forgotten something minor. "Oh, and Fuller?" "Yes, Sergeant." He reached behind the desk and pulled out a battered clipboard. Night watch triage and containment procedures. Follow it. I took the clipboard, feeling confused. This wasn't part of my training. The laminated sheets contained numbered rules, some ordinary, others strange. Rule 1. Maintain radio silence between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. except for scheduled check-ins. Rule 4. If navigation lights activate on any aircraft, note the time and aircraft type. Do not approach. She's just dreaming. Rule 7. At exactly 2:17 in the morning, turn your back to the eastern perimeter where the SR-71 wreckage is located. Do not observe any phenomena that may occur. I almost laughed. Is this some kind of rookie initiation, Sergeant? Reyes didn't smile. Some smartass added the title years back. The rules are just operational quirks for this post. Power surges in the fence sensors, temperature changes affecting the aircraft. Following these saves paperwork and false alarms. He shrugged. Or don't follow them. Your career. After he left, I sat in the silence, occasionally scanning the dark shapes of aircraft stretching for miles in every direction. The clipboard rules were ridiculous. I'd been through security forces training. I knew how to guard a restricted area. This was clearly hazing, senior airmen messing with the new guy. By midnight, the silence had become oppressive. No insects chirping, no distant traffic, not even wind. Just an absolute crushing quiet that made my ears strain for any sound. The kind of silence that feels like pressure against my eardrums. I stepped outside for a perimeter check, my boots loud on the gravel. The aircraft loomed like prehistoric skeletons under the moonlight. F-16s lined up like fallen soldiers, massive C-5 Galaxies hulking in the distance, helicopter frames stripped and ghostly. That's when I heard it. A slow, methodical whump, whump, whump carried through the still air. I froze, listening. The sound was unmistakable. A helicopter rotor blade turning, slow, rhythmic. Impossible. There was no wind, no maintenance crew, no power connected to any aircraft. Whump, whump, whump. I pulled out my flashlight, scanning the area. Nothing moved in the beam. Rule 2. If you hear rotary sounds from Sector 7, do not investigate with your flashlight. Note the time and duration. Wait for it to stop. My eyes dropped to the clipboard in my other hand. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the desert night. How the hell did they know? I stood frozen, my flashlight beam trembling across the empty darkness where the helicopter sound had come from. Maybe it was just metal contracting in the cold night air, or some weird wind current moving between the aircraft. There had to be a rational explanation. But deep down, I knew better. The rules on this clipboard weren't just some joke. They were warnings. I forced my legs to move, continuing my patrol route. Each crunch of gravel beneath my boots sounded impossibly loud in the stillness that had returned. My mind raced, searching for any explanation that might make sense, anything to avoid acknowledging what I'd just experienced. The massive silhouettes of C-5 Galaxy transports loomed ahead, their enormous frames like sleeping giants against the starlit sky. During the day, I'd always found them impressive, engineering marvels capable of swallowing tanks whole. Now they seemed ominous, patient. A flicker caught my eye. I froze, watching as a sequence of dim navigation lights blinked on one of the C-5s. Slow, rhythmic,
like the breathing of something enormous at rest. If navigation lights activate on any aircraft, note the time and walk away. She's just dreaming. Rule 3 echoed in my mind, the word she, now sending ice through my veins, not it, she. My hand shook as I noted the time on the clipboard, 1:37 in the morning. Some deep instinct I couldn't name made me turn deliberately and walk away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't look back. The rules weren't suggestions. They were survival protocols. 20 minutes later, as I passed the retired B-52 bombers, I heard it, a faint metallic tapping from inside the nearest fuselage. My training kicked in immediately, recognizing the distinctive cadence of Morse code. Dit-dit-da-dit. I caught myself starting to translate and physically stopped, remembering Rule 5. If you hear Morse code from the B-52 in Sector 12, do not attempt to decipher the message. It is not meant for you. The tapping continued, insistent, almost desperate. It wanted to be understood. I clenched my jaw and forced myself to keep walking, the clipboard now clutched like a shield. These aircraft weren't just decomposing metal, they were something else, something aware. I glanced at my watch, 1:58 in the morning. In 19 minutes, according to Rule 7, I'd need to turn my back to the SR-71 Blackbird wreck and not look until 2:18, no matter what purple light might appear.
My rationality was evaporating with each step. These rules aren't pranks. They were a manual for navigating a minefield I couldn't see, one that had existed long before I'd arrived.
And my shift still had 10 hours to go. I stumbled back to the guard shack, my legs wooden and my mind racing. The thin metal walls and single desk lamp now felt like the only sanctuary in a desert that had become hostile territory. The vinyl chair creaked as I lowered myself into it, my eyes fixed on the clipboard I'd placed on the desk. Rule 7 mocked my earlier skepticism. At precisely 2:17 in the morning, do not look toward the SR-71 wreckage in Sector 4. Face away from its direction until 2:18 in the morning. If you observe a purple light, maintain your position. I knew exactly which SR-71 it meant. The Blackbird, now just a broken, jagged silhouette about 300 yards from my position. During orientation, Reyes had pointed it out. That one crashed during transport, never officially existed on paper. My watch read 1:42 in the morning. I had time, but not much. I nervously thumbed through the remaining rules. Each one described a specific phenomenon with military precision, locations, times, proper responses. It wasn't the ramblings of superstition. It was a tactical manual. At 2:05 in the morning, I caught myself checking my watch every 30 seconds. The night had grown impossibly quiet, as if the entire boneyard was holding its breath. 2:12 in the morning. My palms were slick with sweat. I rehearsed the procedure in my mind. Turn away. Don't look, just wait it out. 2:15 in the morning. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Logical thought battled with raw instinct. Part of me still wanted to prove it was all nonsense, to deliberately look at the SR-71 when the time came. But the helicopter rotor, the navigation lights, the Morse code. I positioned my chair to face the north wall, turning my back to the window that looked toward Sector 4 and the Blackbird wreckage. 2:16 in the morning. My heart pounded as I sat rigid, staring at the blank wall. The second hand on my watch swept forward with agonizing slowness. 2:17 in the morning exactly. The air changed. The atmosphere in the shack became dense, charged. Then, without sound, my shadow appeared on the wall in front of me, stretched tall and impossibly dark against a wash of deep purple light flooding from behind. I froze. The shadow wavered slightly with my trembling, but I didn't turn. The light pulsed once, twice, slowly like a heartbeat, casting my silhouette in sharp relief. It felt aware, watching. For 60 seconds, I sat paralyzed as the purple glow bathed everything in its unnatural radiance. It wasn't just light, it felt intelligent, as if something was examining me through that window. At 2:18 in the morning, it vanished, leaving me gasping in the fluorescent normalcy of the guard shack. I turned slowly. There was nothing but darkness outside. Yet somehow that was worse, knowing it had retreated back to wherever such things wait. With shaking hands, I marked compliance with Rule 7 on the clipboard. The checkmark looked small and pathetic against the magnitude of what had just happened. I understood now. These weren't security protocols, they were survival procedures. And I had 8 more hours until dawn. After the SR-71's purple light faded, I remained frozen in my chair, counting each breath, my eyes fixed on the clock. The rules had been right about everything so far, which meant the remaining hours would hold more horrors I couldn't yet imagine. Retrieved the clipboard from where I'd dropped it, studying each rule with newfound respect. My earlier doubts now felt childish. Whatever game I thought I was playing, I suddenly understood I didn't know the rules, only that breaking them would be catastrophic. The next few hours passed in a fog of constant alertness. I patrolled mechanically, careful to follow every instruction. Stay 10 meters from any F-4 Phantom. Don't look directly at the cockpits of the A-10s. Avoid walking between paired aircraft. Each rule now carried the weight of survival. By 5 in the morning, my nerves had frayed to breaking point. The darkness felt thicker now, as if the night itself had substance. But no new, strange events had occurred since the purple light. Maybe the worst was over. Maybe dawn would come without further incident. That's when my radio crackled. At first it was just static, a soft hiss breaking the silence. But then a voice emerged from the white noise. Old, thin, and distant, but unmistakably human.
Tower, this is Ghost Flight 71, requesting permission for taxi.
My blood froze. Rule 9 on the clipboard. If radio contact is established between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., deny all requests citing weather conditions. Never approve. My official training screamed to report an unauthorized transmission on a restricted channel, but the clipboard gave different orders. I raised the handset with trembling fingers. The plastic felt unnaturally cold against my palm. Ghost Flight 71. My voice came out as barely more than a dry rasp. I cleared my throat and tried again. Ghost Flight 71, your request is denied. I show inclement weather on approach. Stand by. The static continued for several long seconds. Had I said it wrong? Was there more to the ritual than what was written?
I held my breath, heart pounding in my ears. Then the impossibly calm voice replied, "Roger that, tower, standing by." The transmission cut out, leaving only the empty hiss of dead air. I carefully set the handset back in its cradle, my fingers numb. It wasn't just that I'd heard a voice. It was that the voice had heard me, had responded to me. I wasn't just witnessing the phenomena anymore. I was participating in them. Whatever was happening in this boneyard, I was now part of it, not just an observer, but an active player in whatever macabre theater was unfolding around me. The thought settled like ice in my stomach. 3 hours until dawn. 3 more hours of being the only human voice these things would hear. 3 hours of being their air traffic controller. The next 3 hours crawled by, eerily quiet, as if I'd passed some cosmic test. I sat rigid, my clipboard pressed against my chest, my eyes darting between the window and my watch, expecting another impossible event at any moment. As night gave way to dawn, the aircraft transformed from menacing shadows back into ordinary machines. The heavy atmosphere lifted like a morning fog, and I stepped outside to review my notes. Each impossible event recorded in my increasingly steady handwriting: the helicopter rotation, the dreaming C-5, the Morse code, the purple light, the ghost flight. The rumble of Sergeant Reyes's truck broke my concentration. He approached, his eyes going straight to the clipboard, then up to my face. Something passed between us, an understanding that hadn't existed the day before. "Quiet night?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Not exactly." He nodded, unsurprised. "First nights are never easy." "The rules," I started, my voice hoarse. "They're real." Reyes glanced over my entries. "You did good, Fuller. It's easier when they follow procedure." "They?" "The ones who still think they're flying," he said quietly. "The ones who don't know they've been grounded. Or maybe they know and they just can't accept it." I looked out over the boneyard with new eyes. "Why didn't you warn me? Really warn me?" "Would you have believed me? Or reported me for being unfit?" He shook his head. "Nobody believes until they see it themselves." As we drove away, I realized I was no longer just a security guard. I was their keeper, their confessor, their final link to the world they once commanded. I was part of a secret fellowship now, united by the burden of keeping these things contained. And the worst part? A small, disturbed part of me was already wondering what new rules I might discover tonight. The air in Sublevel 9 never changes. Sterile, recycled, perfected to 68 degrees with 40% humidity. Optimal conditions for both human thinking and the quantum processors lining my workspace walls. They call it the nest, though there's nothing warm or welcoming about it. Just me, the chair, and the half-circle of shiny black monitors. Their surfaces reflect nothing but blinking status lights pulsing like a steady, hypnotic heartbeat. I roll my shoulders and settle into the molded seat, readying myself for another 8-hour shift. 2 years into this contract, and the routine still feels like a privilege. 5 more years of this, and I'll have enough saved up to disappear somewhere quiet, somewhere with real air. Project Anvil Session 297 initiating, I announced to the empty air, my voice tripping the recording system. Operator Wells, Sam. Security clearance, Tango Sierra Sierra Charlie India.
Establishing quantum link with Fire Team Delta, Kepler 186F deployment. My fingers move across the neural interface pads. The familiar tingling spreads from my fingertips as the quantum field steadies. The monitors light up, filling with a river of health readings, heart rates, brainwave patterns, hormone levels. Clean, orderly information flowing through me, interpreted and logged. I am the bridge.
Link stable. Signal integrity at 98.7%. The soldiers' vital signs look normal. Their mission plan shows a standard patrol pattern across Kepler 186F's surface. Nothing unusual. I monitor the streams, making tiny adjustments to keep the signal clear as the troops move across uneven ground. It's elegant work, needing focus but offering the clean satisfaction of pure technique. No messy human stuff on my end, just precise mathematical control.
3 hours in, it happens. A sharp, stabbing pain tears through my right calf. I gasp, almost jerking my hands off the pads. The pain vanished as fast as it hit, leaving just a ghost of the feeling behind. Then comes the smell, ozone and wet earth, rich and electric, filling my nose even though the nest's air hasn't shifted. I blink fast, thrown off for a second. Nothing in the data shows a hurt soldier, no environmental alerts from their gear. Just a glitch, in me, not them.
Status report, Mr. Wells.
Dr. Thorne's voice snaps over the comm, startling me. I hadn't known he was watching today.
All normal, Doctor, I answer instinctively, professionalism clicking back into place. Link stable, mission proceeding. Any anomalies to report? His voice is clinically exact, every word measured.
I pause. The phantom scent of alien dirt still tickles my awareness, but reporting it means tests, delays, maybe even getting pulled off the console. I've worked too hard building a reputation for being solid.
Negative, sir. Everything's within expected parameters.
Excellent, Dr. Thorne replies. Complete your documentation by end of shift. The comm clicks off. I take a deep breath, pushing down the leftover unease. Just a random nerve firing, maybe lack of sleep. Nothing more. I've always prided myself on separating me from the data rushing past, being the objective watcher. As I sink back into the rhythm of tracking, I force away the phantom pain, the impossible smell. It was nothing. A blip in my wiring, not anvils. But as the session drags on, I can't shake the feeling that something basic has shifted, like a door unlocked, a door that should have stayed shut forever. The next 2 days passed without incident. I ran diagnostics on my side of Anvil, pored over the session logs, even requested a medical scan from the facility's AI doctor. Everything came back normal. No problems in the quantum stream. No weird brain activity. Nothing to explain that phantom pain or the smell that shouldn't have existed in my sterile, climate-controlled nest. Initiating QCOM link, Session 300, I announced to the empty room. The monitors flickered to life, bathing the nest in their ghostly blue light. I settled into my chair, slipping the neural interface band around my forehead. The familiar pressure against my temples was a comfort, routine, controlled. The quantum entanglement process began, and I watched the status bars climb across my screens. Fire Team Delta was on a standard recon patrol today, mapping the northern part of the alien settlement they'd found last week. The link stabilized, and I started getting the usual signals. Heart rates, oxygen levels, stress readings, 4 steady streams of data from 4 living, breathing humans over 20 light-years away.
2 hours in, everything was smooth as glass. That phantom pain must have been darkness, crushing darkness and the smell of earth. Not the alien soil of Kepler 186f, but rich, familiar earth dirt. Cold cement under small hands, splintered wooden steps above. A child's panic rising. Can't breathe, can't see.
What the hell?
I gasped, jerking upright in my chair. The foreign memory faded like a wave pulling back, leaving scraps of terror that weren't mine. A root cellar, being trapped, being locked in. Some kid's punishment. I'd never experienced anything like that. My parents kept things tight but weren't cruel. This wasn't my past. My eyes jumped to the monitors. Corporal Miller's heart rate had spiked for a second but was already calming down. Without thinking, I pulled up his personnel file. Adam Miller, Corporal, age 29. Notes from Psych Eval. Mentions claustrophobia from a childhood incident. "This is impossible," I whispered. Before I could figure it out, the quantum link surged. The steady hum of the equipment jumped to a screech, and suddenly I wasn't in the nest anymore. I was running. My boots felt like lead weights, each step pounding up my legs. The sky overhead was a sickly pale purple. The air tasted like metal and dust. My chest heaved with someone else's exhaustion, my heart hammering in a rhythm my body didn't know. "Contact right!" a voice yelled. Miller's voice, but it tore out of my own throat. Then came the hit. Something slammed into my chest hard enough to knock my breath out. I felt the bruising thud against my ribs, the armor taking most of it but not the shock. I screamed, ripping the neural band off my head. The nest snapped back into focus around me, quiet and sterile, but the phantom pain in my chest stayed. I grabbed at my shirt, sure I'd find a wound, but there was nothing. The comm panel chimed. Dr. Thorne. "Mr. Wells, I'm showing an abrupt termination of session 300. Technical problem?" His voice was flat as ever. I experienced something. Worse than pain this time. I felt... Ah! He cut me off, his tone shifting to clinical interest. "Synaptic crosstalk. Fascinating. We thought this might happen with extended exposure to the quantum field." "Theorized? You knew?" My voice cracked. I just lived through someone else's memory, someone else's pain. Nothing to worry about, Mr. Wells. Merely an expected but undocumented side effect. I heard typing. "Log it in detail. The data will prove invaluable." Data. That's all this was to him. Data points. "Dr. Thorne, you don't understand." "I understand perfectly, Mr. Wells. The quantum link is performing exactly as designed, perhaps better." An unsettling hint of satisfaction crept into his voice. "Rest for 1 hour, then restart the session. I need your full report by end of shift." He cut the line before I could argue. I sat in the nest's gloom, staring at the monitors. 4 steady streams of biometrics. 4 humans whose experiences were now bleeding straight into my head. That door I'd felt unlocking. It hadn't just opened. It was ripped clean off its hinges, and something was pouring through. I lay on the floor of my quarters, staring at the ceiling, afraid to close my eyes. My skin crawled with phantom sensations. The weight of body armor I wasn't wearing, the press of a helmet that didn't exist. What I'd felt in session 300 wasn't just data anymore. It was raw experience pouring into me, unfiltered and unstoppable. My terminal chimed with a message from Dr. Thorne. Session 301 scheduled for 8 in the morning. Attendance mandatory. I typed back with trembling fingers. Request medical exemption. Experiencing severe neural feedback. His response came seconds later. Denied. Your discomfort has been noted but remains irrelevant to mission requirements. Fire Team Delta is engaged in critical reconnaissance. They need you, Mr. Wells. They needed me. The soldiers fighting 20 light years away who had no idea their experiences were flooding into my mind, who didn't know that when they hurt, I hurt. When they died, would I die too? Dr. Thorne waited in the nest, his tall frame silhouetted against monitor glow. Mr. Wells, you're experiencing an unprecedented neural integration with the quantum field. It's fascinating. It's torture, I said flatly. It's progress, he countered, eyes gleaming behind rimless glasses. Your discomfort is unfortunate, but doesn't change what we're achieving here. He handed me the neural band. Sergeant Johnson and Corporal Miller have been separated from Delta. They're pinned down. Connect now. My hands shook as I placed the band against my temples. The system initiated, and then I was her. Not just observing Sergeant Kira Jansen, but living in her skin. Her racing heartbeat became mine. Her labored breathing filled my lungs. Her muscles burned as she ran, crouched, fired. Miller, on your 6, I heard myself, her, shout. The world was alien, twin moons hanging in purple sky, strange rocks casting long shadows. Crystal-like plants crunched under our boots as we retreated uphill. Miller's voice crackled, tight with fear. Johnson, they're flanking us! I felt her turn, raising her weapon. Felt her finger tighten on the trigger. Felt the rifle kick against her, my shoulder. Then silence fell. Thick. Wrong. Oh God, Miller whispered. It's here. The way. No warning. Just sudden blinding blue-white light igniting straight into my brain. My lungs seized, solid, frozen. A cold so deep it burned, swept through me. No scream, no breath. Only cold. Silence. The crushing certainty of death. Then darkness. I woke convulsing on nest floor, alarms shrieking overhead. My throat burned raw from screaming. On the main screen, Sergeant Jansen's status showed one phrase: signal terminated. Dr. Thorne knelt beside me, not offering sympathy but observing, taking notes as I gasped for air my body didn't need. Remarkable, he murmured. Your neural activity spiked over 300% during terminal event. Any visual confirmation of the hostile entity? I couldn't speak. I'd felt life leave her body like it was my own. Mr. Wells, Dr. Thorne continued, reconnect immediately. Corporal Miller's still active. This data is unparalleled. No, I rasped. No more. That's when I saw it, a shadow at the edge of my vision, a figure standing in nest corner. Female. Soldier stance. When I turned my head, it vanished, but I recognized it. Sergeant Kira Jansen was dead, but part of her was trapped here with me, and Dr. Thorne wanted me to collect more ghosts. I backed away from the corner where Johnson's ghost had appeared, my heart pounding against my ribs.
My hands shook as I disconnected the neural band from my temples, placing it carefully on the console. It made no difference. Even with the system offline, I could still feel them. Corporal Miller's shoulder throbbed where he'd been hit during their retreat. Lieutenant Reeves suffered a crushing headache from dehydration. These weren't memories. They were happening now, flooding into me across 20 light-years of space, like my mind was an antenna tuning into their agony and fear. I stumbled to my quarters, desperate for sleep that refused to come. Every time I closed my eyes, fragments of a world I'd never visited flashed behind my lids. Twin moons hanging in a violet sky. The sharp angles of alien structures on the horizon, something moving, glinting between distant trees. By morning, my sheets were soaked with sweat that reeked of alien soil. "I can't do this," I told the hollow face in the bathroom mirror. The man looking back seemed thinner, paler, as if something was eating him from the inside. Maybe it was. When the comm panel chimed, I already knew it was Dr. Thorne. His cool, emotionless voice filled the room. "Session 302 starts at 8 a.m., Wells. Kepler 186F is critical." "I won't go back in," I said, surprised by my own steadiness. "Something's wrong with the system, worse than synaptic crosstalk. I saw Janssen's ghost. I feel everything the others feel, even disconnected." A pause. "Fascinating. Report to my office immediately." 20 minutes later, I faced Thorne across his desk. The sterile white room pulsed with a heartbeat that wasn't mine. "Shut down Anvil," I insisted. "What you've made, it's not just comms anymore." Thorne studied me with unnerving calm. "What else besides Sergeant Jansen?" "There's something out there," I whispered, fueled by borrowed terror. "The soldiers call it the Weaver. Scared doesn't cover it. It's deeper, like staring into something that should not exist." "You've seen it?" Thorne leaned forward with undeniable eagerness. "No, but I feel their dread. It's hunting them." Thorne nodded, typing notes. "Understand this about Anvil, Wells. It wasn't in your briefing." "What?" "The quantum entanglement. It doesn't switch off. Once linked, the connection evolves, grows stronger. The system didn't create your experiences, it merely built the initial bridge." My mouth turned dry. "Meaning what?" "The link sustains itself. You're a passive node in their network." His voice stayed flat. "Our models predicted this possibility. You confirm them." "Predicted?" I shoved my chair back, standing. "You knew this could happen and put me in there." "You're not an operator anymore, Wells. You're part of the system." Thorne's eyes gleamed with terrible curiosity. "And we require you to maintain contact with Corporal Miller. He's the last one alive." As if summoned, a spike of pure terror, not mine, hit me. Miller ran, lungs burning. Something chased him, something he couldn't see but heard. A rhythmic clicking sound echoing from everywhere at once. "He's dying," I gasped. "Now." "Then you understand," Thorne said, rising. "Return to the nest immediately." We walked down the sterile corridor. Jansen walked beside me, her ghostly presence icy on my skin. Behind her, shadows took shape. Other dead soldiers I'd never met. Known. They gathered, drawn to me like cold moths to a flame. They weren't memories.
They lived inside me now, and I understood. They weren't leaving, ever. Dr. Thorne paid no attention to the ghosts following us. Maybe he couldn't see them. Maybe he just didn't care. The dead soldiers trailed behind us like a procession of mourners, their own funeral cortege, as we made our way back to the nest. Session 302 will commence at 8 a.m., Dr. Thorne declared clinically. Corporal Miller is the last remaining member of Fire Team Delta. His extraction is Priority Alpha. I wanted to scream, to tell him I couldn't do this anymore, but my mouth formed different words. Yes, sir, I understand. Part of me recognized it wasn't entirely my voice speaking. The prep procedure felt like a death march. The technicians attached the neural interfaces with practiced efficiency, ignoring my trembling hands. I couldn't tell them about Johnson standing in the corner, watching with hollow eyes. About the whispers that weren't mine, circling in my head like trapped birds. Activating quantum link in 3, 2, 1. The world shattered and reformed. I was still in the nest, but I was also somewhere else, somewhere cold and alien. I felt parched lips that weren't mine, muscles burning with exhaustion that belonged to another body, Miller's body. Miller, I whispered, though I knew he couldn't hear me. I felt his terror as my own. He was hiding in what appeared to be the hollowed remnants of a structure, alien architecture that seemed to bend in ways that hurt my eyes. His breathing, my breathing, came in short, controlled bursts. Military training fighting against primal fear. It's coming, Miller's thoughts echoed in my mind. The Weaver is coming. I couldn't see through his eyes, but I felt everything. The rough texture of the alien structure against his back, the weight of his near-empty rifle, the slick sweat coating his skin despite the biting cold. Then I heard it. We heard it. A sound no human throat could make. A rhythmic, chitinous clicking that seemed to multiply and approach from all directions at once. My skin crawled with Miller's goosebumps. His heart hammered against my ribs. They said it builds connections, Miller's thoughts raced. It weaves minds together. It collects consciousness. The clicking grew louder. Miller's terror spiked, and my own body convulsed in the chair. Dr. Thorne's voice seemed distant, asking about vital signs, demanding readings. Miller shifted position, preparing for a final stand. Through gaps in the broken wall, I caught only impressions, movement that defied natural physics, shapes that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions at once. Get out, Miller thought, and for a moment I wasn't sure if he was aware of me somehow. Get out of my head. It'll take you too. The clicking stopped. In that sudden silence, I felt Miller's absolute certainty that it was over. Then the world exploded into blue-white light, the same light that had taken Johnson. I felt Miller's consciousness stretching, pulling away from his body, from the physical world. But unlike with Johnson, I didn't snap back to myself. Something else came through the connection. When I opened my eyes in the nest, the monitors flashed "Signal terminated." Dr. Thorne was shouting something about unprecedented readings, about neural patterns that shouldn't be possible. I couldn't focus on him. The voices in my head had grown louder. Janssen was there, and now Miller too, but also something else, something ancient and patient and hungry. I caught my reflection in the darkened monitor. For an instant, I saw a face that wasn't mine.
a composite of Janssen, Miller, and others I'd never met but somehow knew. And behind them all, something watching through my eyes, learning, understanding. The Weaver had found a bridge. My mouth moved of its own accord, forming words in my voice but not from my mind. Connection established. Dr. Thorne fell silent, staring at me with sudden, horrified understanding. The quantum link hadn't just connected me to the soldiers. It had connected me to what hunted them. And now it was here,